Program about to start. Program about to start. Program about to start. Program about to start. Program about to start.
Shut off a camera and just like give you 4 minutes, and do you fancy that?
I'll give it a go.
Okay, well I'll look forward to that. Before we get to the action though, let's look back to yesterday and the highlights of the track and field. It was the last day, and also that amazing wheelchair rugby final between the USA and the UK.
another action-packed day here at the Invictus Games 2023 at Dusseldorf as the men's powerlifting finals took place. Wheelchair rugby reached its penultimate stage, and we're back on the track for more coverage of the athletics here at the Merker Spiel-Arena.
My name is Stef Wolpert. I am from Belgium, and I am competing in athletics, 100, 200, 400, 1500, and 4x100. I'm doing the indoor rowing 4 minutes event. I'm also part of the city volleyball team, and I'm doing cycling, time trial, and the road race. They never found out what I really have, so I don't have any diagnosis. They only know that I'm paralyzed right and here. The starting point of my recovery was Invictus Games, but I also decided that I had enough of neurologists, of doctors, and it didn't matter what I had. Having my family next to me in those dark moments was very, very important. Without my wife, Catherine, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now. I would be dead. I would have committed suicide. I really, really know that for a fact. I even thought about it several times. It was a bit like, it would have been selfish to do it. For her, for our kids, for my family. And all those years, they stood by my side. So the most important lesson that we should learn from the experience is to never give up. Always continue. There's always hope. There's always a new dream. And your family, your friends can help you accomplish that dream. Don't sit alone in your dark place. Talk to people. Accept the help of your family and friends. They're there for you, and in fact, you are there for them as well, because by receiving from them, you are giving back to them, and that's the most important, I think. In my darkest days, it was very dark. I was completely isolated on my own, but I was happy in my dark place. It's weird to say, but I was happy in my dark place. Everyone around me was not happy, was unhappy. If I would have to describe the Invictus Games in 3 words, then I would pick tenacity, never give up, and hope. I would like to be part of it for the rest of my life. If somebody would propose me to come every 2 years, I would say yes, I would come every 2 years.
The stakes were high in wheelchair rugby. It was quarter-final time with Italy in blue taking on the United States of America. The Americans, the holders of the Invictus Games title and firm favourites to regain their crown in Dusseldorf. Kevin Green gave the USA the perfect start. The signs looked ominous for Italy. The Italians were finally relieved to get on the scoreboard with their opening try. But it wasn't long before the Americans were back scoring more tries. Gerald Blakely, a gold medalist in athletics at these games, showing his try-scoring skills, this time in a different sport. There was little respite for the Italians. They trailed by 9 tries to 2 by the interval. The pattern continued after the break. America firmly in control. Brent Garlick was unchallenged as he completed an easy score. At least Luca Locchi went over for a late Italian try, delighted with his effort. Final score, the USA 18, Italy 4. The United Kingdom met New Zealand in the second semi-final, the New Zealanders wearing black. Charlie Holford, the danger man for Team UK, and it didn't take long for him to open his account. It was the same player who increased the UK's lead with a penalty try for obstruction.
Penalty try for the United Kingdom.
New Zealand were well behind by the time their captain Quinton Monk scored their opening try, the crowd showing their appreciation. The UK had scored 11 tries to 1 by the interval. A tough task for the Kiwis if they were to turn this game around. It wasn't to be, as the United Kingdom ran out emphatic winners by 19 points to 6. Australia took on Team Unconquered in the third quarter-final. The Australians in their famous green and gold. Lenny Redrose was an early try scorer for the Aussies, who won bronze at the last games. Team Unconquered put up a spirited fight. Australia, though, were always going to be tough to beat. In the end, they had too much quality for Team Unconquered. The final score, Australia 6, Team Unconquered 7.
Australia will now progress through to the semi-finals.
The final match for a place in the semi-finals was contested between France and Canada.
And if you are...
The French determined to make it to the last 4. They started well, establishing an early lead to put the pressure on their opponents. Wheelchair rugby can be quite physical and demanding. Nick Hollyholm gave Canada hope. Mistakes, though, proved costly for the Canadians. France never really under serious threat in this tie. Final score, France 16, Canada 4.
It's number 35. Of the game. The final score. France.
The Merker Spiel-Arena attracted a big crowd, everyone anticipating the men's powerlifting in categories IP9 and IP10. Each athlete has 3 attempts to lift a weight of their choice. The attempt is valid if both arms are fully extended and the athlete has the weight under control. The United States of America celebrated a double triumph in Class IP9. Christopher Ferrell lifted 163 kilograms and took gold ahead of teammate Daniel Norman, who also raised the same weight. However, Norman is slightly heavier in his weight class and therefore received fewer points, costing him victory. Johnny Ball of the United Kingdom took bronze. In Class IP10, the heaviest category, things were more clear-cut. Stephen Lockwood from Australia came third with 140 kilograms. He was overtaken by Daniel Comu, the Canadian lifting a fantastic 159 kilograms. However, there was no stopping Paweł Lizik from Poland. He destroyed the rest of the field with an incredible 225 kilograms, a weight achieved with his second attempt.
Your silver medalist representing the United ceremony. Let's give it up for your medalists.
A memorable event had reached a thrilling climax. Happy faces all round among the powerlifters.
Here we are. I find myself as one of the lucky ones to be this close to this helicopter. I don't know what it is though. Can you tell me a little bit more about it and why is it actually here at the Invictus Games?
Well, hi, it's great to be here, first of all. But this is a Chinook helicopter, extremely versatile, powerful helicopter used by many countries across the globe. And we're really excited that Germany may be coming online to operate this aircraft. Extremely versatile, it can fly day and night in a multitude of roles. It can carry internal loads, external loads. Key things about this are that it's built for humanitarian aid, life-saving missions. It can save life, but also it proves itself on the battleground, and that's where it really has earned its stars.
Wonderful. So is this a newer one, an older one? Yeah.
Well, as we see the aircraft here, it's a slightly older Chinook, but it doesn't mean to say that it's any less capable. These aircraft have gone through a cyclical upgrade throughout their life, and each one just gets better and better and better. But that's not to say what we have here is any less capable than the newer ones.
So why is it here, first off?
Well, the Chinook is here. It represents, first of all, the very best in Boeing's vertical lift, Boeing's ability to help and support operations. But there's a very, very strong link between the Chinook that we have here and some of the competitors at Invictus Games, who themselves have probably got a strong story to tell of perhaps a Chinook coming in to land and pulling them away from the battlefield with some pretty awful injuries. And for them, I think there's a strong connection, and then for me as well, a strong connection. Seeing this wonderful aircraft back here in Dusseldorf to support the Invictus Games is fantastic. My connection with this, really, I've operated this aircraft over a number of years. I've been with Boeing for 6 years. I'm a current Royal Air Force reservist, but I've completed 30 years with the Royal Air Force regular service, if that works. My involvement with this and the connection is for those competitors that themselves have been. I've saved lives. I've flown into some pretty dangerous situations. So what this means for me this year is the same as I was in The Hague last year, reconnecting with those athletes and perhaps those competitors that have been picked up off the battlefield with this fantastic aircraft. Strong sense of connection. The Royal Air Force family unit, the Invictus Games family unit, and then bringing that together again this year is very, very special.
Suzanne Brown of the USA made a strong challenge in the women's IF4 discus. That throw would secure third place for the American. Stacey Adam from New Zealand was also enjoying her time in Dusseldorf. She clinched second place with this impressive attempt. Victory went to Joanna Labonte, the Canadian, a class act in this event. Her throw more than 2 meters further than her nearest rival. Labonte clearly delighted with the result and determined to celebrate in style. And why not? A great day for Canada, occupying 2 of the top 5 places. The Invictus Games were the climax of a long journey for many athletes, including Jens Niemeyer, who was certainly caught up in the occasion. Niemeyer came third in the men's IF4 shot put. It was a big moment for him, his joy shared with an emotional German camp. The final of the men's IT 400 metres provided an exciting finish. Gregory Walker on the inside had Team UK's Richard Potter in his sights and eventually made his move to clinch victory.
Gregory Walker.
A convincing win in the end for the athlete from the USA. Walker was also a member of the USA's 4x100 metres team, a formidable quartet led off by Keontae Story.
Gregory Walker, USA. Luca Locci of Unconquered team.
Walker ran the third leg, and the honour of leading his side to victory went to Jacob Anthony.
Goes in within 4 meters, but winning he won.
Ukraine came a close second, and third place went to Team Unconquered, wearing the black colours.
For Martin Ray.
All round, it was a great day for the triumphant American athletic squad.
Starting to close. And standing. 4x100 meter relay.
I did my personal best in the 1500, was able to take home a silver. And after that, we went to the 100 meter. And then after the 100 meter, I was able to pull out the gold just by 0.1 seconds. That was a great feeling. I worked hard for that one. The GB guys, they're quick, they're strong. And I'm glad I was able to come out on top. Right now, I just was able to take home the gold in the 400. And came out strong, was able to get my personal best, and it feels great to be out here.
My name is James Paul Gendron, and I'm from Team Canada. I am competing in track and field, sitting volleyball, rowing, and table tennis. And my injury, I suffer from PTSD, and I was also diagnosed with leukemia and diabetes. The first time I heard about Invictus Games, my friend Jonathan Delude was on the Warrior Games last year, and he told me that I should apply because I was in a very dark place a couple of years ago when I got diagnosed with leukemia, and I didn't really know where to go, so I just waited for Soldier On to send out the application, and I looked it up, and I sent in my application, and then I just waited what felt like eternity, but it was about a month or so that I got a response back from Soldier On, and it was a shock and in disbelief that I was actually chosen for Team Canada. Expectations for the games, I just want to finish. I want to be able to go out there and do my country proud, and the results to me don't matter. I've already won a gold medal by wearing Team Canada, and just the stories that I'd like to hear and the healing that everybody's going through together. So hopefully we can get a hold of some other people that are struggling and not sure what they want to do, and if they see this, they'll understand that it's okay to apply and that you're not alone, and that it's an awesome experience. The difficult moments I just think are just being comfortable to be able to express everything and not feel that you're going to get judged or that you're going to get looked at differently. It's okay to cry, it's okay to just let everything go, and your team is there to bring you back up. I think it's very important to have friends and family here, because at the end of the day, if you are still serving in the military or you have retired from the military, at the end of the day, when you go home, your family is there. So your family is always going to be there for you, and it is very important, in my opinion, that your family needs to be there with you to experience this, because they also have sacrificed a lot. My wife is a very huge supporter of me. Amanda's been pretty much my rock. And she made some jokes with the oncologist about me losing my hair if I start chemo and stuff, but she's been there through and through, and she's military as well. I think it's very important to never give up. You're gonna have struggles your whole life, and the only way I think that you can overcome them is to face them head on and if you don't make it the first time, there's always a second time or a third time or a 50th time, it doesn't matter. As long as you keep going and putting one foot in front of the other, the race will eventually end and you will win.
Enter the champions, the United States of America, holders of the wheelchair rugby crown at the Invictus Games. Determined to hold on to their title, won at The Hague 12 months ago.
Welcome, Australia!
Australia with the daunting task of trying to stop them in their tracks. A semi-final to savour.
And now, the starting four for the United States of America.
Plenty of tension inside the stadium as both teams fought to get on top. The USA took control. Australia, though, refused to be overawed. The USA, a powerful force in this sport, and it's going to take something special to stop them winning this event again. Their main danger was Brent Garlick, who scored an impressive 12 tries. USA through to the final again. Final score, the USA 24, Australia 5. The second semi-final saw the United Kingdom take on France. It was a high-scoring affair. The question in the arena was whether France could manage to get to the final after just missing out on a medal at The Hague.
Number 7, Marie-Cécile. Number 9, Gaël. Number 12, Jean.
The UK in the red jerseys aiming for a repeat final of 2022. The French were nervous at the start, and the UK with, of course, Charlie Holford, one of, if not the outstanding player at these Invictus Games. With this fast break, he gave his team the lead for the first time. But then the French responded.
Try for France, number 4.
They took the lead with tries from Alexandra and Suleiman. The semi-finals are over two 15-minute periods. It was a hard-fought first half. Sebastian here making it 5-4 for France.
From number 6.
Of Team UK's 11 tries, Charlie Holford scored 8. An incredible statistic. The second half and France's thoughts were still in the dressing room, not on the field of play. The UK moved up a gear. 3 times Gary Callier scored, once Charlie Holford. And suddenly the UK were 5 tries clear. The French lacked ideas and the strength. Team UK pulled away and won an exciting game 26-19, and they'll meet the USA in the final once again.
Once again, congratulations to both of these teams. An amazing game, an amazing spectacle for us all to enjoy.
And before we leave you, earlier on today, the Merker Spiel-Arena took a moment to pause and reflect as the Invictus Games held a moment of silence to remember the victims of the September 11 attack on the United States of America.
Welcome to the Merker Spiel-Arena, the hub of indoor rowing at the Invictus Games Dusseldorf 2023. What we are going to be seeing during the next little while are the finals, interspersed with an occasional heat or two for good measure in the men's endurance category of indoor rowing, where competitors will be aiming to row as far as they possibly can in 4 minutes. Now, it may not sound like something that makes for good television at first blush, but as we are going to discover, this is a sport that can be marvelously compelling. Competitors are setting themselves up on the ergonometers. And in the stands already, there are those who are anxiously awaiting the races to come. Here is a look at what is going to happen over the next couple of hours. The men's 4-minute endurance in several different categories. Now, categorization at the Invictus Games, it is about assessing how much of an impact a person's impairment has on their sports performance rather than on their diagnosis or medical evaluation. So when you see numbers like IR1, I stands for Invictus Games, R is the sport rowing, and the number is the categorization. 9 out of 10 sports at these Invictus Games are benefiting from this categorization process. The exception, of course, being powerlifting, which has been based on weight class. 14 races to come in this session, and things are going to get exciting. And Ollie Hogben, you covered this event in The Hague in 2022. What can we expect here?
It is an absolutely spectacular piece of television. What you can expect is something that means a lot to these competitors. For so many of them, the ergometers, the indoor rowing machines, is where it all began, where the Invictus journey of recovery began for them. A lot of these competitors have a very personal relationship with this sport because for so many, this was the first thing that started their recovery journey. It's why it's one of the most popular events at the Invictus Games. It's why there are so many competitors who enter it. It's why it means so much to win a medal in this event or to produce a personal best distance. So what we're going to see is something fast, furious, exciting. The endurance races are really about maintaining a strong stroke rate. You've got to keep going for 4 minutes. You've got to pace yourself right. You can't really go flying straight out at the start and then fade away. And you'll see that with some of the competitors. You might get an early leader who just slightly starts to fade away a fraction. And it's entirely common in the endurance races to see somebody who wasn't even in that top 5 just make a move right up in the last minute or so. So the morning session is focused on the endurance, the 4-minute endurance races, and then we have the sprints in the afternoon, and those really are just 60 seconds of absolute sporting fury. It's brilliant. It's great television. So many people at the Invictus Games in The Hague last year had never experienced indoor rowing at all, and they all came away going, wow, this was the one that grabbed me.
And it's such a brilliant point you make, Ollie, about the personal relationship between the competitors and these machines based on what it means for them in their recovery. And you're absolutely right when you say that this is maybe the first thing that many of them remember when it comes to rehabilitation, for example, after injuries.
We've had competitors here who have said that they feel a sense of calmness when they're using the rowing machines that they don't feel at any other time. A lot of the competitors have said it's really enabled them to clear their head. So lots of exciting sports to come.
there's a real ambiance in the Merker Spiel-Arena as we wait for these races to get started, of calm focus, wouldn't you say?
I think that's well put, absolutely. The space is enormous, and it's been so effectively compartmentalized for the Invictus Games that you can't see on any of the screens that we are bringing you here, any of the cameras that we're using, the full extent of the Merker Spiel-Arena. But it hosts about 50,000 people. It's used for football. But what they've done so brilliantly, the organisers here, is to divide space up. So we've got a mini indoor rowing arena. And it works fantastically. So there are 3 races all due to begin at 9 o'clock. The men's IR4, men's IR2, men's IR1 and men's IR... sorry, 3 races, men's IR4, men's IR2, men's IR1. And so we are underway now. This is the men's IR4 4-minute endurance, the men's IR2 4-minute endurance, and the men's IR1 4-minute endurance.
Competitors from 21 nations here at the Invictus Games, and so many of them are competing in indoor rowing.
So have a look at the top left of your screen. You'll see Jason Smith of the USA leading over Scott Caroon at the moment, and the gap there 17 metres, growing now to 19. So Caroon 19 behind. We've also got Gutierrez of Colombia, who's about 25 behind now. So it's the USA 1 and 2 with 3 competitors from Colombia, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Kim from the Republic of Korea in 6th position, but at the moment we've got a real runaway lead for Jason Smith. What's going to be interesting is to watch for how long Smith can hold on. Just keep an eye on whether Caroon starts to close that gap. At the moment the gap is growing.
Jason Smith, a retired staff sergeant, an integral part of Team USA.
Now a change here. Gutierrez of Colombia has moved into 2nd position. Caroon into 3rd place. Sanchez Massa of Colombia. This is the IR4 race that you're looking at here. We have got a couple of others going on at the same time, but Smith looking very impressive at the moment.
The Colombians have been so impressive so far at the Invictus Games. They've really excelled in the athletics category.
So it's Smith over Caroon. Gutierrez and Sanchez, 3rd and 4th. Guerrero now about 100+ metres behind. So we're just getting up to around about 650 metres raced here by Jason Smith. So we have the IR4 race in progress at the moment, the 4-minute endurance. Jason Smith, fantastic. And what's so impressive about Smith is that that gap is growing over Scott Caroon. He's got about 100 metres over him at the moment, or getting close to 100 metres. Gutierrez and Sanchez still holding on to 3rd and 4th. It'll be interesting to see if Sanchez can push beyond Gutierrez to get up into the bronze medal position. Smith leading the way, and leading really comprehensively. Not clear at the moment exactly how long is left in this race, but we'll bring you an update on that just as soon as we can. It is a 4-minute endurance race, and it is Jason Smith of the United States of America who's absolutely dominating it at the moment. So impressive, this from Jason Smith.
It's quite evident by the competitors' faces the effort that is being exerted to pull and keep pulling. This is an endurance race, And so tactics come into play. You do need to save yourself for the big push at the finish.
And it looks as though we're going to get that big push from, well, there we are. I was about to say we're going to get that big push from Guerrero to see if he can make it up in a third position, but it is Jason Smith of the United States of America who's taken it. Scott Caroon in second position. Giancarlos Gutierrez of Colombia finishing third. Fantastic display from Smith. Well, quite simply, Blythe, led it from start to finish.
Whew, what a ride for Jason Smith. And for us as well.
Fantastic display that from Jason Smith. So that the IR4 race. We'll talk more about the classifications in just a moment or two.
Now, for all those in attendance on the arena floor, we need to move away from in front of the rowers. Please move to the left or the right of the rowers, or of course into the gallery behind us. We cannot have you directly in front of the rowers. We will not be able to start the second race until this area is clear. But hey, what a start to the day. And that is exactly the noise we want throughout the entire, well, we go right through until 4:30 this afternoon.
The results in the men's IR1 4-minute endurance race. The bronze medal to Carmine Lettieri of Italy, John Alexandra Sierra Avila of Colombia taking silver, and Lucas Kosiara of Poland. 716 meters rowed for the gold medal and the Invictus Games title. That was one of 3 races that took place at 9 o'clock. And now in the men's IR2, Brent Garlick of the United States in bronze, Francisco Gennaro Pedraza Osorio of Colombia in silver, and Nazar Wozniak of Ukraine taking the gold. In the men's IR 4-minute endurance race, it was Giancarlos Gutierrez Lopez of Colombia in the bronze medal position, Scott Caroon of the USA in silver, and Jason Smith, that fantastic 90-meter victory over Caroon with the gold medal for the United States of America. Many of these competitors just have a packed schedule at the Invictus Games. There was Brent Garlick, who took the bronze medal in his final in, I believe, the men's IR1 category. He was an integral part of the United States' wheelchair rugby victory yesterday evening. Indoor rowing, of course, one of the most popular events at the Invictus Games. As you mentioned earlier, Ollie, so many of these competitors have a special relationship with the machines. They have been such a key part of their recovery process. And so it is no surprise, perhaps, to see many of these categories just chock full.
Absolutely, and they will be. A lot of the competitors have made quite late decisions to enter the indoor rowing, depending on the schedules of other sports. It's a very complicated setup at the Invictus Games because so many competitors enter so many different races. Delight for Łukasz Kosiara, the Polish team, taking a gold medal.
Poland also having been victorious in the IR10 category in powerlifting. absolutely extraordinary performance from the competitor there as well.
So what we just saw a moment ago was IR4, which is for competitors with no or with limited leg function with preserved trunk function. So they use the trunk and the arms to propel the stroke. We're going to move in a moment to IR3, which is for competitors with upper limb impairment and or one leg or one arm on the same side impairment. So they will row with a single arm or with a prosthesis. This next race due to begin in a few minutes' time. All of the morning races are endurance races.
And in the afternoon, coming up later, we will be looking at the sprint category, a much different type of race, 1 minute compared to 4 minutes.
Absolutely, and it is more common to see a real change to the leaderboard over the course of the endurance races. Not that we saw it in that first one, because Jason Smith of the United States of America judged it to perfection. I wondered if maybe he'd gone out a little too hard at the start, but Jason Smith obviously really knows what he's doing on the ergometer. So we have just a small delay waiting for the start of this next race, but it will be worth waiting for. I can promise you that. The men's IR3 4-minute endurance. It'll be along in a short while. There's a very strong tradition of excellent results for the United Kingdom in indoor rowing at the Invictus Games. Lots of competitors from Team UK have entered this, lots from Colombia who are debuting at the Invictus Games. It's fantastic to have them here, and they've already found themselves on the podium in 2 out of the first 3 races. Jan Gutierrez and John Sierra. One of the points that was made to me, Blythe, about indoor rowing last year when I had the privilege to cover it at the Invictus Games in The Hague, is that there is an ability for all of these competitors to do indoor rowing no matter where they are, because it is so easy. As the gentleman who was commentating alongside me, a Dutch rower, said, you can get an ergometer in your house, in your garage. You can even get a fold-up one that is easy to store. So for a lot of the competitors, it's been a gateway to rebuilding their fitness for other sports.
Clearly, it's one of the most accessible things that one can do, and it doesn't matter if it needs to be adapted, it can be.
And it's got an extraordinary history as well, the sport of indoor rowing, and a history actually that is completely bound to the military. It was an Athenian admiral in the 4th century BC, believe it or not, Chabrias, who introduced the very first rowing machines, and they were military training devices. They were wooden frames. They were actually put on shore, and the idea was that they were to help sailors actually learn to row vessels more effectively, more efficiently. So it's extraordinary to think that we've gone from those wooden frames in the 4th century BC all the way to now these high-tech, state-of-the-art ergometers.
It's an activity and a sport that transcends time. These competitors part of a great historic tradition of rowing.
I don't think it transcends time when you're leading in a 4-minute race with 60 seconds left. I think you probably feel every single second of that time acutely. It lasts about an hour each second.
4-minute endurance row. In lane 2, representing Italy, Roberto Como.
Competitors being introduced for
In
the
lane
men's
3, representing
IR3
United
4-minute
States of America,
endurance race.
Staley.
Isaiah Staley of the United States of America.
Sorry, in lane 4,
A gold
representing
medalist
Belgium,
in
Thierry Dutroux.
wheelchair rugby last night.
In lane 5, representing Colombia, Rigoberto Zapata Ortiz. In lane 6, representing the United Kingdom, Alan Dyer. In lane 7, representing Italy, Salvatore Vasta. In lane 8, representing Ukraine, Vladimir Topskis.
Ukraine's Volodymyr Totskis, already a bronze medalist in the discus event in athletics.
In lane 10, representing Ukraine, Vadim Mazchenko. In lane 11, representing the United States, Christian Vega. In lane 12, representing the United States, Ivan Moreira. And in lane 13, representing Nigeria, Emmanuel Samuel.
How wonderful to see Emmanuel Samuel of Nigeria here. Nigeria, one of the debutante nations at these Invictus Games. There is a look at Emmanuel Samuel.
A whole series of Invictus events have been held in Abuja, the Nigerian capital, in the last year to try to give greater opportunities for sport recovery to the Invictus family in Nigeria. They are very proud to have a squad of 10 here.
Look at your screens.
The men's IR3 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing, and it is underway. We have begun in earnest.
One competition right now. This is an all-out race.
So this is the IR3 categorization in the sport of indoor rowing, and this is something that can be for competitors who use either a single arm or a prosthesis to power the ergometer. At the moment it is Oleg Doljok, who's just changed over with Vladimir Topskis and Thierry Dutroux of Belgium. It's very tight among the top 5 at the moment, 18 meters separating the top 5. Oleg Doljok of Ukraine is just about ahead of Vladimir Topskis. Very, very tight. Interesting to see, because they're right alongside each other as well, these two. Topskis is in lane number 8, Doljok is in 9. Now Thierry Dutroux, who's in 4, is getting in amongst the pack. Just seeing Roberto Como of Italy, who's in lane number 2, making a move up now. Thierry Dutrieux of Belgium is right alongside Vladimir Tovkis. We've gone just about beyond the 1 minute mark now in this race, getting close to 90 seconds. Roberto Como, this is impressive. I think we've got to keep an eye on this gentleman, Roberto Como, because he's got a nice smooth stroke rate going on. Thierry Dutrieux has moved up, and interestingly, Oleg Dolzhok has dropped right down. Dolzhok in lane number 9 has just fallen away. He started so strongly, and that's the point we were making at the beginning of the broadcast about the danger of just going out too hard at the beginning.
We are 2 minutes down.
So Thierry Dutrieux leading the way, only by 3 meters over Vladimir Tovkis. 2 minute mark has been reached. So Dutrieux, lane number 4, leading the way. Tovkis, lane number 8, second position. Como, lane number 2, third place. I said keep an eye on Roberto Como. Como is closing that gap quite well at the moment, keeping inside 30 meters. Thierry Dutrieux of Belgium leading, but only 1 meter. Vladimir Tovkis has moved into the lead now in lane number 8. Tovkis has moved ahead of Thierry Dutrieux, and we're now entering the business end of this race. But there's about 90 seconds or so to go. Vladimir Tovkis is leading. There he is, Tovkis of Ukraine ahead. 4 meters now. Dutrieux is starting to fade. Como still around the 27, 28, 29 meter mark. Dutrieux is now moving backwards compared to Tovkis. It's gone from 6 to 7. Dutrieux now has got to really see what he can do to get close to Tovkis, because Tovkis in lane 8 is looking fantastic with a minute to go in this race. Como is comfortably ahead of Dolzhok in third position, so it looks as though we've got 1, 2 and 3 locked in, and we may even have the positions locked in now as we get into the last minute of this race. Vladimir Tovkis of Ukraine leading the way, and the gap is growing. This is masterful from Tovkis. He's nearly there. Thierry Dutrieux kept pace with Tovkis for a long time, but as we enter the last 30 seconds now, this is going to be Vladimir Tovkis of Ukraine. What a finish. Como has an outside chance of catching Dutrieux. He might just run out of time because he probably needs about another 15 to 30 seconds of time to do it. It's very close. Keep an eye on Como. Keep a close eye on Roberto Como. He's really going for this right at the end. Roberto Como might push up into second place. He's done it. Vladimir Tovkis of Ukraine has the win, and Roberto Como of Italy snatched silver by a meter over Thierry Dutrieux at the end. That was extraordinary.
By 1 meter.
Absolutely incredible, and there's your winner, Vladimir Tovkis of Ukraine.
What a finish. The duel between Roberto Como and Thierry Dutrieux of Belgium for the silver medal, but this race was the domain of Volodymyr Tovkis.
I think that's beautifully put. Didn't he pace himself beautifully there, Blythe? That's a demonstration of the 4-minute endurance race. His teammate Oleg Dolzhok, perhaps because they were right next to each other in lanes 8 and 9, maybe Dolzhok trying to keep pace with Tovkis early on, and he slightly faded. He didn't.
There is your winner, Volodymyr Tovkis of Ukraine. A delighted looking gold medalist after bronze just the other day in the discus.
If this is your first experience of watching indoor rugby,
It's a victorious exit for the Ukrainian.
We told you it would be good television. We promised you you'd get entertainment from this.
Oh, and the battle for silver too. Oh my goodness.
Roberto Como with an extraordinary display.
And for Thierry Dutrieux, he was there all the way through. He was always a threat to wind up on the podium. The question was just which position.
we do not need or cannot have competitors families and friends on the arena
Well,
floor.
it's so tight, that finish, that we're just waiting for confirmation that it is indeed Como over Dutrieu, because when it comes down to a metre, they've really got to go back and scrutinise the data there. Just a moment ago, we were seeing Como as the bronze medalist. He's now been moved into the silver medal position, so it looks as though that is close to confirmation. We have a look at Thierry Dutrieu. I mean, Dutrieu, what a brilliant display. He was only just caught at the end, and maybe trying so hard to get close to Vladimir Tovkis that he just didn't quite have enough left at the end.
The classified results: the bronze medal to Thierry Dutrieu of Belgium, silver taken by Roberto Como of Italy, and the gold medal to Volodymyr Tovkis of Ukraine in the men's IR3 4-minute endurance race. Whew!
I think that's exactly the right reaction, Blythe. And it's only going to get, you know, more and more intense as we go.
The images are so striking because you really see on the athletes' faces the exertion and the effort that they are putting in. Tovkis getting a well-deserved break. 2 medals and counting for Ukraine.
Absolutely amazing to think that Vladimir Tovkis can look that relaxed after what he's just done, after the distance that he has just accumulated on the ergometer.
That's an excellent point, Ollie, but these competitors are getting used to doing quick changes, aren't they?
Yes, they really are. I mean, we've had situations where people have gone from the athletics track to powerlifting and back again to the field.
In lane 2, representing Italy, Andrea Prodetti.
It is now time for the men's IR5 4-minute endurance race.
In lane 3, representing Italy, Massimo Adio.
Competitors are entering the arena for their introductions.
In lane 5, representing Belgium, Peter Cabert. In lane 7, representing Belgium, Stefan Wolpers. In lane 8, representing Belgium, Martin Metter. In lane 9, representing Canada, Matt Zindel. In lane 10, representing Canada, Eric Dion.
And the race that we are about to see, races rather, there are 2 heats in the men's IR5 4-minute endurance.
Albe Amelia Anchega. In lane 13, representing Colombia, Eduardo Leo Victor. In lane 14,
so many competitors entering the IR5 category. This is for athletes with use of leg or legs, trunk and arms to propel the stroke, but they do meet the minimum impairment criteria.
In lane 19, representing Colombia, Uriel Kitamboza Jami. In lane 20, representing Colombia, Yesin Palacios Benjaro. In lane 21, representing France, Pascal. In lane 22, representing the UK, Nathan Huddy.
Live, I'm just listening to all of the names being announced here as we stare at the competitors. I couldn't even come close to telling you what I think is going to happen in this race. This is such a packed field of brilliant, brilliant competitors. And it takes something very small to set you on and set you off in indoor rowing. To lose that rhythm, the moment you lose that rhythm, then the stroke rate drops and you've got to pick up the pace again. And as any great rower will say, it's about efficiency of stroke, so that what you're not doing is working extraordinarily hard to travel the distance.
The start list for the men's IR5 4-minute endurance. The Italians in lanes 2 and 3. George Lucas of the Netherlands and Stefan Wolf-Wolpert of Belgium in lane 7.
A reminder, please, step to the side. Please don't stand in front of the racing area. We do need family and friends, supporters and colleagues to move to the
One
side
of the competitors
of the arena. Thank you.
to watch. He was particularly good in the middle distance races in the athletics events. Also in lane 25, Charlie Holford of Team UK. What an impact he had in wheelchair rugby last night as Team UK took the silver medal for the second straight time at the Invictus Games.
We do have some late changes to the indoor rowing entry lists because it all depends on whether the competitors can actually be available for their particular races. They might be involved in wheelchair basketball that's going on at the same time. So sometimes people appear when we're not expecting them. Sometimes people are not there when we are expecting them. It's all the fun of the fair at the Invictus Games in Dusseldorf. All that matters is those that take to the ergometer are all in with a chance of success in this, the men's IR5 4-minute endurance. Will we have Belgian success? John Corton, Peter Kalber, the Wolf, Stefan Volpert, Martin Marial.
Attention.
We are underway in the men's IR5 4-minute endurance heat number 1. The Italians in lanes 2 and 3, Andrea Prete and Massimo Adio. Belgium in 4, 5, 7 and 8. Canada 9 and 10. Colombia occupying 11 through to 20. We've got Pascal of France in 21. Then the competitors from the UK. And so on we go through. Carl Windbank of the United Kingdom leading the way. Eric Dion of Canada now ahead of him. Jens Rutz of Germany third, and Yesid Palacios of Colombia in fourth position at the moment. But it's very tight over the first half a minute. We've got 6 within 10 metres, so that's a very interesting start, very compact start. Eric Dion in lane 10, the Canadian, is leading.
Eric Dion, the retired Army infantry soldier from Boucherville, Quebec.
Now Jens Rutz second, Yesid Palacios in third position. All of the competitors from the United Kingdom right together as David Moncrief has moved up. Moncrief in 23. Huddy now in 22 is well positioned, but it's Jens Rutz of Germany who's gone into the lead. This one, as we get to 90 seconds, is completely impossible to call. Look at it, right the way down to joint 5th, 6th position. We've got 6 metres separating them. It's extraordinary. And it's now going to be a case of who breaks into a real sprint finish. Huddy, Sanchez, Rutz, 2 metres separating them.
Nathan Huddy, 20 years after he was on a routine patrol in Iraq, the vehicle he was traveling in hit a landmine. He was with the RAF, 43 years old, and look at him now, fighting for the lead.
Sanchez Giraldo right there with him. Sanchez Giraldo, who's in 15, is now 2 metres, 3 metres behind. It's very, very tight. We're coming close to the last 90 seconds. It's Huddy, Sanchez Giraldo, Moncrief, Palacios. So UK Colombia, and then Jens Rutz of Germany. It's starting to stretch now, as I'm sure you can see. The top three are beginning to pull away a little. Nathan Huddy has got 4 metres over Sanchez Geraldo. Forget that, he's got 2 now. It's changed very quickly. So Sanchez Geraldo's got a decent stroke rate going, but Nathan Huddy is looking smooth and quite in control as we get close to the last minute. Coming up to about 850 metres road. Here we go, 60 seconds left. Nathan Huddy of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has 6 metres over Juan David Sanchez Geraldo of Colombia. David Moncrief in lane 23 for the United Kingdom is in 3rd position. Palacios of Colombia, who's in 20, is fighting hard to try to get into that leading group, the top 3. But Huddy has now got 12 metres over Sanchez and is looking very good with 30 seconds to go. Moncrief in the bronze medal position trying to catch Sanchez, but Sanchez is looking pretty good to hold on. The Wolf is moving up. The Wolf, Stefan Volpert, is trying to push for bronze. He's trying to get right up there and he might well do so. 15 seconds left. Can the Wolf do it? Moncrief is trying to hold on for bronze and it's going to be very close. Stefan Volpert might be about to push into bronze medal position, which he's done right at the end with 5 seconds left. Huddy is going to hold on and take this. Then it's going to be Juan David Sanchez Geraldo to take 2nd place, and the Wolf has roared.
My world delighted, so he should.
What a finish from Stefan Volpert of Belgium, and he's taken bronze by 3 metres over David Moncrief.
Count on an endurance runner to know how to pace himself in a race. What a bronze medal finish for Stefan Volpert of Belgium. And tremendous effort as well from Juan David Sanchez Geraldo of Colombia for the silver medal. He cannot believe it. And the gold medalist, what can you say about that man, Nathan Huddy? Extraordinary effort, and he just looked so calm throughout, taking it almost as though it were a training. A kiss to the crowd for the men's IR5 4-minute endurance champion, Nathan Huddy of the United Kingdom. Fantastic race from all competitors. And this is a lovely show of the camaraderie that you see at the Invictus Games in every event. Everyone cheers for each other.
What a finish from the Wolfman. Absolutely incredible.
Stefan Volpert, 54 years old, from Kampenhout. He was deployed throughout Africa, began serving nearly 40 years ago. And Nathan Huddy, such a wonderful moment for him. He badly injured his left foot when he was hit by a landmine. He has shrapnel wounds over his legs and in his back. The classified results in the men's IR5 Heat 1. Stefan Volpert with that fantastic finish for 3rd place. And then in 2nd, Juan David Sanchez Geraldo of Colombia, and Nathan Huddy taking that one.
So they've now got to wait and see what the next do, but it is Stefan Volpert holding bronze, Juan David Sanchez Geraldo holding silver, Nathan Huddy holding gold.
United States of America, Jeffrey Peters. In lane 10, representing the United States of America, Gregory Walker. In lane 11, representing the United States of America, Gregory Qualls. In lane
And we've got all of the rowers from the United States of America in this heat, so certainly some challenges are going to be thrown down.
Please make some noise for your competitors in the men's IR5 4-minute endurance.
Many of the United States competitors, perhaps a shade more experienced at this type of event. Many of them having competed already at the Warrior Games and other events. We are getting set for Heat 2 of the men's IR5 4-minute endurance race. And the man to beat right now, Nathan Huddy of Team UK. He managed to row 1,139 meters in his first 4 minutes. That will be the standard that everyone is trying to hit.
So these are all of the competitors who are attempting to chase down and race down that distance of Nathan Huddy. We've got all of the Americans. The United States of America competitors, we've got Keontae Story, who's in 13. Keontae Story, excellent performer on the track for the USA. Likewise in 10, Gregory Walker, and 11, Gregory Quarles. They all have performed so well at the Invictus Games so far.
And in lane 12, Patrick Nugent of the United States, really one of the beating hearts of Team USA here. There he is. Recognized as a leader within the team. The retired captain from the US Marine Corps.
I tell you, that's a look of focus, isn't it?
It is.
It's so interesting. Look at the difference between the two competitors side by side and how they go about their preparations. Indeed, all three of them. We've got some practice strokes, we've got stillness, we've got kineticism. Everyone finds their own way to prepare. This is IR5, and just a quick reminder of the classification. It's for competitors who have use of the leg or legs, trunk and arms to propel the stroke, but they meet the minimum impairment criteria. Lee Jo-eun of the Republic of Korea competing.
He is one of the competitors, one of the many competitors that will be competing in the speed event as well as the endurance.
Yes, those sprint events all coming up in the afternoon session. Some people choosing to enter just the one. We will see some competitors who are only entering the sprint. Don't get much recovery time. We have one more Belgian in this. It is Patrice Lombe. Lombe, we think, is actually in lane 1, but he's due to be in lane 2, but that's not much of a muchness. Patrice Lombe, no doubt be inspired by what the Wolfman has just done.
Please watch the screen, athletes. We're ready to start.
But those certainly are the gentlemen to keep a very close eye on. This is the men's IR5 4-minute endurance second heat. At the moment, the top performers, Nathan Huddy of the United Kingdom, Juan David Sanchez Heraldo of Colombia, and Stefan Wolf-Vulpert of Belgium. But these are the gentlemen now who are trying to go beyond that. Mykola Zaritsky of Ukraine leading. That's no surprise early on. Good start from Zaritsky.
It's the discus athletes who are having good success here so far. Zaritsky won silver in his category in the discus event.
Gregory Quiles, who's in lane 11, has gone into the lead. Lee Jo-un of the Republic of Korea in lane number 6 is currently in 3rd position. The Americans are all rowing side by side. They can use each other to pace themselves. Mikola Zaritsky is right next to them in lane 8, so they're all going to have an idea of the stroke rate of the other if they've got any interest in that. A lot of the competitors like to simply be aware of what they're doing and nothing else. Zaritsky is leading at the moment, and we're getting close to the 1 minute 30 second mark. It's very tight between Zaritsky and Quiles.
All within 40 metres. There is nothing in this.
Zaritsky, Quiles and E. We've got to keep an eye on E. Jo-un. E has started extremely impressively in lane number 6. It's just a question of whether he can hold on to that. He's actually now moved up into 2nd. Quiles dropping down into 3rd. Peter Story, Nugent and Walker all quite a way off the pace. Very controlled action from E. Jo-un so far. We are close to the halfway mark.
Looking absolutely fantastic.
And what I can tell you as we approach the halfway mark is Mikola Zaritsky, if my calculations are right, is performing beyond anything that we saw in the first heat from Nathan Huddy. We'll confirm that later, but this is very good so far. Zaritsky and E. Just one empty ergometer in between them and 7 metres in between them. Gregory Quiles is now trailing in 3rd position.
Looking fantastic in the crowd.
There is Quiles at the moment, 30 metres behind. We're in now to the last 90 seconds. Really, one feels it's between Zaritsky and E at the moment, and we'll see where that places them in terms of the overall IR5 category. But Mikola Zaritsky looking really good for the Ukrainians. E. Jo-un, such a smooth, controlled motion. The question is he starting to fade just a fraction? The gap growing a little to 10 metres now, but Quiles is 50 behind. It's going to be interesting to see if Peters can catch Quiles, because there's not a great deal between them as we enter the last 60 seconds. But Zaritsky, I mean, this is just marvellous from Zaritsky in 8. Absolutely superb. A kilometre now rowed with 45 seconds remaining. Mikola Zaritsky of Ukraine, 18 over E. Jo-un of the Republic of Korea. Quiles still pretty comfortably ahead of, well, now it's Peters, not Nugent. There's been a change from 4th to 5th. Mikola Zaritsky in 8th, though, with 30 seconds to go, looking fantastic and looking a really good contender to go right into the lead over Nathan Huddy. We'll keep a close eye on it, but I think that Mikola Zaritsky is going to get this. There he is, and there he is. E. Jo-un might well feature pretty high up as well on the standings. Beautiful rowing this from E. Jo-un, smooth, controlled. Zaritsky pushing hard, really pushing hard. Look at Zaritsky go for gold. The Ukrainian, absolutely phenomenal. And then he stops as though he's done nothing at all. Zaritsky, then E, then Quiles. Quiles 95 behind the leader. Mikola Zaritsky, absolutely phenomenal. What a race that was from Zaritsky, on his own for most of it.
Absolutely, in his own world. Rowing nearly 100 metres more than the leader from the first heat, Nathan Huddy of Great Britain.
And that, we think, means that Zaritsky is going to take it, with E. Jo-un winning the silver medal and Gregory Quiles of the United States of America taking the bronze. To give you an idea of how fast this was, as we look at E. Jo-un getting some much needed refreshment, he'll get a much deserved silver medal soon. To give you an idea of how fast it was, the top 6 were all from that heat. Nathan Huddy ending up in 7th position, according to what we've currently got. All those results have got to be confirmed, though. That was phenomenal, wasn't it, from Mikola Zaritsky?
And there is a look at the gold medalist, we believe, standing still to be confirmed. And he doesn't even seem that winded.
gentleman in extraordinary shape. Oh, look at the look on his face as he pushed so hard for the end.
Phenomenal effort in the last meters for Mykola Zaritsky.
Don't go anywhere.
And necessary as well, because Lee Jo-eun was right there, 23 meters behind. Classified results to follow. Lots of calculations to be done, lots of results to be checked, especially when you've got 2 heats to combine. Lovely sight there on the left, as I'm sure you can see, the wheelchair basketball in action. Just a little glimpse of how the Merker Spiel-Arena is being used.
The final results, we have confirmation: the bronze medal to Gregory Quarles of the United States of America, silver to Lee Jo-eun of the Republic of Korea, and the gold to Mykola Zaritsky of Ukraine in the men's IR5 4-minute endurance race. Second straight title for Ukraine, coming off of the gold medal won by Volodymyr Tokvits. And just a confirmation of the medal standings in the men's IR5 4-minute endurance: bronze to Gregory Quarles of the United States of America, silver to Lee Jo-eun of the Republic of Korea, and the gold medal to Mykola Zaritsky of Ukraine. Here's the way that it played out for the rest of the field. Stefan Wolf-Wohlput, the 3rd place finisher in the first heat. A nice job for him, rowing over 1,100 meters. Such good entertainment, this. Coming up in just a few minutes, the medal ceremonies in the first 5 races in men's endurance and indoor rowing. Golds to be awarded to the United States of America, to Poland, to Ukraine. What a phenomenal morning of competition it has been, and there is much more to come.
Yes, the women's IR5 4-minute endurance, that's due to begin in around 50 minutes time, along with the IR4 4-minute endurance. Don't worry again if the classifications are a little befuddling. We'll talk through them on a race-by-race basis. The women's and men's races in endurance indoor rowing will then alternate, taking us through to around about lunchtime. Well, lunchtime for Germany, and where you are, wherever in the world you're watching from, and whatever time of day or night it is. Thank you so much for joining all of this fabulous indoor rowing action. And as my colleague Blythe Lawrence said, victory ceremony is coming along very soon. Medal ceremonies will be along shortly in the Merker Spiel-Arena in Düsseldorf. And what a lovely space it is. Wheelchair basketball getting underway today, the first day of competition. The Canadian team, well, one has to think about Canada and basketball in tandem. Many say that the origins of the sport. And it's right next to the indoor rowing in the Merker Spiel-Arena, the home of Fortuna Düsseldorf Football Club in the second division of German football. There's nothing second division about the action here at the Invictus Games, though. It's first rate. Beautiful setup. It's an indoor stadium that can be an outdoor stadium depending on what the requirements are, what the needs are of the space. Hosted the opening ceremony here as well. The DJ getting ready to entertain. And we have medal ceremonies indoor rowing coming up any moment now. The ceremonies that we'll be bringing you are the IR4 4-minute endurance, the IR2 4-minute endurance, and the IR1 4-minute endurance, and the IR3 4-minute endurance for men, and then the IR5 4-minute endurance, which was the one that had 2 heats where we combine all of the data. I say we don't do anything, we just watch and enjoy it, but the statisticians combine all of the data and assimilate it into a podium, an Invictus Games podium. Well over 500 athletes competing at the Invictus Games from 21 nations, and they were in this very space for the opening ceremony on the first day of the Invictus Games. Great ceremony it was. We were treated to a performance from Macklemore, some of his very greatest hits. He loved being there, crowd loved him being there. When I say that the I can't believe me with my voice, I'm about to use the phrase that the place was buzzing. It was entirely incongruous, a sort of Dickensian voice talking about it, but the place, it literally was buzzing. There was reverberation around the whole arena, the Merker Spiel-Arena. It was so loud, and the crowd were absolutely enjoying every single moment. There was an enormous conga line of all of the competitors that snaked its way around what is now the indoor rowing set up onto the what is now the wheelchair basketball court. Wheelchair rugby took place here over the last couple of days. Fabulous entertainment there as Australia narrowly, very narrowly by 3 tries beat the French into the bronze medal position, and then the traditional finalists at the Invictus Games, and indeed at the Paralympic Games, the United States of America and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland met in the gold medal match. Blythe, you had the pleasure of commentating the powerlifting that was taking place in this space as well.
On this very stage. And the show that the competitors put on was second to none. Wonderful work from Christopher Farrell of the United States, among others.
We hope you're enjoying all of the action from the 6th Invictus Games, the Düsseldorf 2023 Games. Day 3 of competition now.
Please welcome the medal ceremony for the Invictus Games Düsseldorf 2023 men's IR1 4-minute endurance row.
The men's IR1 4-minute endurance race. The medal ceremony is about to begin. It is the first of several that we will see in indoor rowing today at the Invictus Games. The honor of the first gold medal here will go to Łukasz Koziara of Poland. Entering first, wrapped in the flag of his nation, John Sierra of Colombia. And next to him, the champion.
By Prince Radu, Romania. Silver medalist, representing Colombia, John Alexander Sierra Avila.
It's been a wonderful debut for the Colombian team at this Invictus Games. There have been medals galore, and we have only had 2 days of competition. The silver medal in the men's IR1 4-minute endurance in indoor rowing goes to John Sierra of Colombia.
Gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing Poland, Łukasz Kosaria.
And the champion hails from Poland. Łukasz Kosaria accepts a gold medal with joy. He is Invictus Games champion in men's IR1 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing. The silver medalist, John Sierra of Colombia. What an incredible moment for these two competitors.
Those of you who are fans of vexillology and interested in flags might be looking at the Colombian flag that's being carried there by John Sierra. It has the coat of arms in the center of it, unlike the standard Colombian flag. It is the ensign used by the military. It has the coat of arms with an Andean condor and the national motto, Libertad y Orden, liberty and order. That is something that we might see from a few of the competitors here at the Invictus Games. They'll be using the military flags or the ensigns of their countries.
IR2 4-minute endurance row.
The victory ceremony for the men's IR4 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing.
Army, Germany. Bronze medalist, representing Colombia, Jan Carlos Gutierrez Lopez.
To Jan Carlos Gutierrez Lopez of Colombia goes the bronze medal. After a magnificent effort in his race. Nearly 900 meters rowed in the space of just 4 minutes.
Representing the United States of America, Scott Carew.
One of two contenders from the United States on this podium. The silver medal is bound for Scott Carew. Carew, a retired Master Sergeant in the Air Force, competing in 4 sports here, and now a silver medalist.
Representing the United States of America, Jason Smith.
To Jason Smith goes the gold medal in men's IR4 4-minute endurance racing in indoor rowing. Smith is a retired staff sergeant, and he absolutely dominated this race.
Medalists.
A 1-2 finish for the United States of America in the men's IR4. bronze to Colombia.
More victory ceremonies to come at the Invictus Games in Düsseldorf. The scenes of celebration going on with the action itself on the ergometer set to resume in 35 minutes time. The machines that will be used, have been used so far, being tended to by the volunteers. Well done to them, over 1,200 of them, over 30 countries represented by the Invictus Games volunteers. It's so important that these high-tech pieces of machinery are well tended to. The ergometers, not the volunteers. Quite got to the stage yet where we have AI volunteers at events. They've been fabulous, the volunteers, haven't they?
They have just leapt to do anything and everything that has been needed here in Düsseldorf.
And I think an extra special thanks to them today, because although at the moment the sun is brightly shining in Düsseldorf, it was not at the start of the day when the majority of the competitors and the staff involved in the early sessions came into the Invictus Park. It was absolutely bucketing it down. The rain was appalling. There was thunder, lightning, very, very frightening as the old song goes. And the poor volunteers were having to get their ponchos on. Never seen ponchos unwrapped with such efficiency and speed, and yet the friendliness was still there, the warm welcome as you come into the Invictus Park. It's extraordinary how the weather has changed so quickly, actually. It was genuinely absolutely torrential. Good job the athletics finished yesterday. It wouldn't have been a particularly fun start to the day for the track and field competitors. Some of the trams had to stop just for a moment while the lightning was passing overhead. The arena, the Merker Spiel-Arena, is excellently serviced by the public transport, the tram that runs right up into the entrance to the stadium. It's a very accessible space. Good crowd gathered to enjoy the wheelchair basketball as well that is going on today. I do hope you'll get the chance to enjoy some of the wheelchair basketball. If you've never watched it before, I couldn't recommend it strongly enough. It is a phenomenal sport. The evolution of ergometers is something that we've talked about already in this broadcast. The way that they started as wooden framed rowing machines in antiquity, but how wheelchairs have evolved, and that's something both you and I were talking about yesterday during the wheelchair rugby. wheelchair basketball and wheelchair rugby, sports that were originally played effectively in day wheelchairs, just regular wheelchairs, and now there is absolute forensic engineering science behind the construction of the remarkable chairs that are used for sports like wheelchair rugby and wheelchair basketball, and they're very much tailored to the competitor themselves in things like rugby and basketball, the type of position that they actually play in, the way that the chairs are able to pivot, enabling the competitors to gain the skillful movement that they need to in order to get beyond skillful defenders.
Yes, in rugby the wheelchairs are adapted, but we will come back to that another time, because right now it is time for a medal ceremony in indoor rowing, the third of the morning.
Please welcome the medal ceremony for the Invictus Games Düsseldorf 2023 Men's IR3 4-minute endurance row.
It is now time for the medal ceremony in the men's IR3 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing. And what a spectacular race this was. Dominated nearly from the beginning by Volodymyr Tokvish of Ukraine. And there was a magnificent run for the silver medal at the very end between Roberto Como of Italy and Thierry Dutreux of Belgium.
Lieutenant General Vice, Chief of Army, Germany. Bronze medalist, representing Belgium, Thierry Dutreux.
Thierry Dutreux of Belgium takes the bronze medal. The competitor who rowed 1,100 meters total in only 4 minutes.
Silver medalist, representing Italy, Roberto Como.
And what a duel he had, Roberto Como with Thierry Dutreux for the silver medal. But it is Como of Italy who earns second place. A remarkable silver medal for him.
An Invictus Games champion, representing Ukraine, Volodymyr Tokvish.
And the champion from Ukraine, Volodymyr Tokvish, bronze in the discus earlier in this Invictus Games, and now gold in men's indoor rowing, the IR3 4-minute endurance race.
For your Invictus Games
the gold medal to Volodymyr Tokvish of Ukraine. The results in the men's IR3 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing. Bronze to Thierry Dutreux of Belgium, silver to Roberto Como of Italy, and the gold medal to Volodymyr Tokvish of Ukraine.
Volodymyr Tokvish sporting the Ukrainian flag that contains the coat of arms, a blue shield with a golden trident, and its insignia that derives from the trident of Vladimir the Great, the first Grand Prince of Kiev. Will let us at the Invictus Games in this category, men's IR3 4-minute endurance, say there's a new Vladimir the Great, Volodymyr Tokvish.
still so much action to come in indoor rowing. We will be back in not such a long time with continued action. The women will take to the stage for their 4-minute endurance races, and later this afternoon we will move on to the 1-minute sprint where things get fast and furious. So much more to come.
Please welcome the medal ceremony for the Invictus Games Düsseldorf 2023 Men's IR2 4-minute endurance row.
It is now time for the medal ceremony in the men's IR2 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing at these Invictus Games.
The medals will be presented by Minister of Justice of North Rhine-Westphalia, Dr. Benjamin Limbach. Bronze medalist representing Georgia, Aluda Steteridze.
To Georgia's Aluda Steteridze goes the bronze medal. A phenomenal result for this competitor and for his nation. It is the first medal that we have seen at this Invictus Games
Silver
for
medalist
Georgia in
representing
indoor
the
rowing.
United States of America, Brent Garlick.
And to Brent Garlick of the United States of America, a silver medal in indoor rowing. Garlick having been one of the key players in the men's gold medal wheelchair rugby effort last night. The silver medal here for Brent Garlick of the United States. And the gold medalist in the men's IR2 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing, Nazar Wozniak of Ukraine. 1,070 meters rowed.
Please show your appreciation
A wonderful
for your
achievement
Invictus
for this
Games
competitor.
medalists.
Hearty congratulations being exchanged. The medalists in the men's IR2 4-minute endurance. Aluda Steteridze of Georgia taking the bronze medal. Brent Garlick of the United States with silver, and Nazar Wozniak of Ukraine with gold.
Please welcome the medal ceremony for the Invictus Games Düsseldorf 2023 Men's IR5 4-minute endurance row.
A race so popular it necessitated 2 heats to decide the medalists. This is the ceremony for the men's IR5 4-minute endurance in indoor rowing at the Invictus Games 2023. What a finish it was for each of these competitors.
The medals will be presented by Prince Radu, Romania. Bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Gregory Quarles.
The bronze medal to Gregory Quarles of the USA. The Sergeant First Class in the Army, now retired. He was an airborne ranger specializing in parachute jumps, and he has landed on the podium here.
Silver medalist representing the Republic of Korea, Lee Jo-eun.
The first medal to the Republic of Korea and Lee Jo-eun in indoor rowing at these Invictus Games. Lee Jo-eun, he gave Mykola Zaritsky a fantastic race that went right down to the wire.
And Invictus Games champion representing Ukraine, Mykola Zaritsky.
Invictus Games champion in the men's IR5 4-minute endurance in indoor rowing. It is Mykola Zaritsky of Ukraine. 1,254 meters rowed in just 4 minutes time. A tremendous accomplishment.
Invictus Games medalists.
There they are, your medalists in the men's IR5 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing. Bronze to Gregory Quarles of the United States, silver to Lee Jo-eun of the Republic of Korea, and gold to Mykola Zaritsky of Ukraine. Much more still to come in indoor rowing in the Merker Spiel-Arena. In just about 15 minutes time, we will begin with the men's IR7 4-minute endurance race, and then the women will take to the stage. Do stay with us. It's going to be very good.
This is the whole day in indoor rowing, so we've already had these morning races, the early morning races, the men's IR4, men's IR2, men's IR1, men's IR3 and men's IR5, but we have still to come the men's IR7, women's IR5, women's IR4, all 4-minute endurance races. Those due to begin in 15 minutes time. We'll then move on to the last of the endurance races, taking us through to around lunchtime, before the afternoon is dominated by the sprint races, those just 1 minute. And the men's IR7 and IR2 and IR1 1-minute sprints will all begin at 13:30 German time. If it's all a little much to cope with at the moment in terms of what's coming up next, just stay 1 race ahead of the action, and the action will resume in 15 minutes time with the IR5 and IR4 women's endurance races and the men's IR7. So 3 races to come in 15 minutes, and we'll see you soon.
looking for Kenitha Franklin, Team United Kingdom. Kenitha Franklin. And down on the arena floor, we are just waiting if they're available. Team Ukraine's Yulia Shevchuk and Australia's Taryn Dickens, not yet officially scratched, but we are looking for Yulia Shevchuk and Taryn Dickens. If you are competing, get to the arena floor ASAP.
Düsseldorf, please welcome the competitors for the men's IR7, women's IR4 and IR5 4-minute endurance row. In lane 1, representing the United Kingdom, Chris Anslow.
Welcome back to the Merker Spiel-Arena and indoor rowing. We are in the midst of a fantastic morning of races, and now being introduced the competitors in the next 3 races: the men's IR7, women's IR4, and women's IR5. These are the first races that will be featuring women,
representing the United States of America,
always still in the endurance category. The sprint coming up later this afternoon.
10, representing Ukraine, Yulia Shevchuk. In lane 11, representing Australia, Taryn Dickens. In lane 12, representing the United Kingdom, Katrina Brown.
3 races all happening at the same time. The women's IR4, the women's IR5, the men's IR7.
United States of America, Lauren Montoya.
Not a particularly large field for each of these races,
Please,
so we're able to run them simultaneously.
Competitors.
Racing served with a side of humor today. Here is the start list for the men's IR7 4-minute endurance. A small field: Chris Anslow of Team UK, Andrew Tebbett of Australia, and Morgan Daly of Great Britain.
Yes, IR7 is for impairment deemed incompatible with a sliding seat class. Competitors who do not meet the minimum eligibility criteria for IR1, IR2 and IR4. We're going to focus our attentions on this men's IR7 race. I'll update you on what's happened in the women's IR4 and IR5 as well. Three in the women's IR4. Kenetha Frankie Franklin from the United Kingdom. Heather Seelover from the United States of America. Andrea Collins also from the United States of America. And in the women's IR5, there is Yulia Shevchuk of Ukraine, Taryn Dickens of Australia, Katrina Brown of the United Kingdom, and Lauren Montoya of the United States of America.
Please stop rowing. Please stop rowing.
The start list for the women's IR5 4-minute endurance race: Yulia Shevchuk of Ukraine, as well as Taryn Dickens of Australia, Katrina Brown of Team UK, and Lauren Montoya of Team USA.
Sit ready. Attention. And we are
underway in the women's IR4, women's IR5 and men's IR7, but there's a false start.
And that's just to give you a little teaser of what things will be like when we do get underway in just a moment.
The IR4 is for no or limited leg function with preserved trunk function, using the trunk and arms to propel the stroke.
Prepare to
IR5
race.
is use of leg, trunk and arms to propel the stroke, meeting the minimum impairment criteria. Some explanations of IR4, 5 and 7. And now, the race. We begin the women's IR4, women's IR5 and men's IR7 4-minute endurance race. We're having a look at Katrina Brown of Team United Kingdom.
There are 3 races going on right now. We will have the progress on the screen for you
Taryn Dickens of Australia. So now we're having a look at the men's IR7. Chris Anslow of United Kingdom in 1, Andrew Tebbett of Australia in 2, Morgan Daly of the United Kingdom in 4. So those are the 3 gentlemen in the IR7 competition. And we'll give you an update on exactly how it's progressing. I can tell you Andrew Tebbett is just behind Morgan Daly at the moment. That was what happened earlier in the men's 4-minute IR5. Just a reminder of that fantastic win for Mykola Zaritsky of Ukraine. But in this one, it is at the moment Morgan Daly of the United Kingdom who is the strongest performer. Then it's Tebbett. Then we have confirmation. Tebbett is 15 metres behind Morgan Daly. Chris Anslow is in 3rd position. Morgan Daly doing very well at the moment.
Morgan Daly, a competitor noted for his upper body strength. He competed in the powerlifting event just the other day.
2 minutes 30 of rowing.
Morgan Daly in lane number 4, looking impressive. Andrew Tebbett. Now Tebbett has gone after 90 seconds to about 10 metres. Watch out here, Morgan Daly, because Tebbett is gaining. Tebbett's gone from 10 to 7. He's gone to 6. This is getting very interesting in the men's IR7. Look at Andrew Tebbett. He's eating away at that Morgan Daly lead. And Tebbett now has really got a good stroke rate going. He's going to ease in front now, Andrew Tebbett. This is terrific from the Australian. Andrew Tebbett moves ahead at the halfway mark, exactly at the halfway mark.
Tebbett, a 47-year-old who joined the Australian Army 23 years ago, spent time deployed in East Timor, medically discharged in 2015 with an injury that led to a lower leg amputation.
When the timer stops, okay?
Now, We're going to have a look at the women's IR5 race. In lane number 10, Yulia Shevchuk. In 11, Taryn Dickens. In 12, Katrina Brown. In 13, Lauren Montoya. It's Taryn Dickens who's well ahead here. This is going very nicely for the Australians in the men's IR7 and the women's IR5.
Taryn Dickens, an able seaman, 40 years old. She joined the Royal Australian Navy in 2017 as a weapons rate electronics technician. She is quite athletic. She specializes in cycling and the Nordic combined skiing event.
And a very good powerlifter as well. Already successful at these games. Yulia Shevchuk, 20 meters behind. It's Dickens and Shevchuk really well ahead of the rest of the pack. We have got 45 seconds to go in these three races, the women's IR4, women's IR5 and men's IR7. Taryn Dickens of Australia is looking very impressive so far.
Final 30
Over to the men's IR7. Let's catch up on this one and see how Andrew Tebbit is going. Compared to Chris Anslow, Tebbit
20 seconds.
looking very good. I can tell you Tebbit is leading this one at the moment with 15 seconds left. Andrew Tebbit is ahead of Chris Anslow. Tebbit's just reached the 1 kilometre mark and it looks as though it's going to be Andrew Tebbit. He's leading by 28 metres over Chris Anslow. It's going to be Andrew Tebbit to win it for the Australians. Andrew Tebbit with a fantastic display. Chris Anslow and Morgan Daly second and third for Team UK respectively. Tebbit paced himself beautifully there. He didn't take an early lead. He eased in front at the halfway mark and then just kept on going.
Congratulations to all of our competitors.
A brilliant race from Andrew Tebbit, a man who has trained with Australia's Paralympic team in wheelchair rugby.
Absolutely euphoric reaction from an exhausted looking Andrew Tebbit. And it's been very successful for the Australians because Taryn Dickens has won the gold for them there. Meanwhile, in the women's IR4, it is Heather Seelover of the United States of America who has won this ahead of her teammate Andrea Collins, just two entering it. Heather Seelover, a serving major in the Air Force.
And she has had a phenomenal Invictus game so far. Gold in the 1500 meters and silver in the discus in the athletics.
The win for Andrew Tebbit. Gave it everything, didn't he? Look, he looks shattered now after that. And his teammate Taryn Dickens ahead of Yulia Shevchuk, ahead of Lauren Montoya in the IR5.
Come on, you Aussies, come on!
Fabulous. Fabulous. Who said the UK and Australia were sporting rivals?
The results in the men's IR7 4-minute endurance: bronze to Morgan Daly, silver to Chris Anslow, both of Team UK, and the gold medal reserved for Andrew Tebbit of Australia. In the women's IR4 4-minute endurance race, it is Andrea Collins of the United States taking the silver medal and Heather Seelover of the USA with the gold. 899 meters rowed in just 4 minutes. In the women's IR5 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing at these Invictus Games, Lauren Montoya of the USA taking the bronze, Yulia Shevchuk of Ukraine the silver, and Taryn Dickens of Australia a gold medal, 1,029 meters rowed.
More action to come in just over 5 minutes' time. The women's IR6 4-minute endurance race. Meanwhile, the scenes of celebration are delighted Andrew Tebbit. It's no surprise, is it, Blythe, to see that sort of performance from Andrew Tebbit with his known skill as a rower.
Absolutely. He's got a reputation at being very good at this event particularly.
Well, that reputation just got a little better.
He's battled a depressive disorder and anxiety and trying to deal with the issues that have plagued him physically. That lower leg amputation. It has not been easy for him, but he has really been able to translate what he's been feeling in with the rowing machine. And there was just a lovely moment at the end of his race where it just all came out, didn't it?
Absolutely.
From Australia, I raced against Pete last year, and he was messaging me this morning. I was just like, mate, I was in hospital today. You know, I ain't going to race.
Post-race debrief for Team UK.
As soon as Logan set off, we won that 25-metre gap, we're never going out too fast. There's no need. You don't do a race start, you just get to your pace that you want to. For me, it's a 1:50 split for 500 the first 2 minutes.
Chris Anslow saying that he wasn't actually intending to compete initially, and some of his teammates saying that he was, they saw his name there and he'd actually been chatting with one of the Australians earlier that day, having raced against them the previous year in The Hague. Now ending up with a silver medal.
Well, that should have gone with the rail, really. That goes up to the rail, the seat, but I ain't doing the 1 minute.
No, he's had enough.
That was fucking hard. You'll be breathing nearly, mate. The 1 minute, you don't fucking stop. There is no stopping and you're breathing.
Gentle use of the vernacular there. Apologies for that from Chris Anslow. Chris Anslow, who will not be doing the sprint, as he says, because he's got wheelchair basketball to come later.
4-minute endurance row.
Now entering the arena, the competitors in the women's IR6.
Michelle Botsputtinga. In lane 2, representing Australia, Daniel Hale. In lane 3, representing Australia, Alexandra J.
We have 2 heats in the women's IR6, so we're not going to know who is victorious until the second race is done.
5, representing Australia, Laura Reynolds.
Lots of representation from the Australians.
In lane 7, representing Canada, Tracy Barlow.
Due to have 7 Canadians.
In lane 9, representing Canada, Jennifer McKeegan.
It's quite a Commonwealth
in lane 10,
heat, this,
representing Canada, Erica
with the
Thor.
Netherlands in there for good measure too.
In lane 11, representing Canada, Thor.
Laurie Thor-Laxon or Thor.
In lane 12, representing Canada, Natalie Che-Fuan. In lane 13, representing Canada, Joanna Labonte.
To Joanna Labonte
In lane
of Canada.
14, representing New Zealand, Lee Gurney.
Lee Gurney from New Zealand.
In lane 15, representing New Zealand, Stacey Adam.
We have Stacey Adam, also part of a Team New Zealand, delighted to be back. Flight Sergeant Stacey Adam from the Air Force. And we missed New Zealand in The Hague in 2022. That then is the first heat. Yes, as you say, Blythe, it does have a very Commonwealth of Nations feel. Also in one is Machteld Botspottinger of the Netherlands. It's a very special heat, this particularly. There's two competitors we really ought to talk about before we get started. In lane 7, Tracy Barlow of Canada, and in lane 9, Jennifer McGee of Canada. And Jennifer McGee will be thrilled to be alongside Tracy Barlow here.
It was actually Barlow who encouraged McGee to apply for the Invictus Games. She inspired her. Jennifer McGee, a survivor of military sexual trauma. She still deals with issues relating to post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety.
And it really is going to be lovely to see the two of them in lane 7 and 9 respectively, competing side by side. Tracy Barlow and Jennifer McGee. There's nobody in lane 8, so they really are pretty well next to each other. Barlow, you can just see there right at the centre of the picture. We could a moment ago, because we have an extremely well adorned mascot.
Prepare to race.
Fine collection of pin badges. Barlow, Naval Logistics Officer from New Brunswick.
Attention.
We are underway, the women's IR6 4-minute endurance race. This is heat number 1. So it's the Netherlands in 1, Australia in 2 through to 6, Canada in 7 through to 13, New Zealand in 14 and 15. Stacey Adam of New Zealand is leading the way at the moment. We have Erin Bridgen of Australia in 2nd place, but it is Stacey Adam so far who's got a metre over Erin Bridgen. Laura Raynal of Australia in 3rd position at the moment. Watch the Canadians though, Barlow, Moore and Thor in 4, 5 and 6. We've got about 25 metres separating the top 5 competitors. Erin Bridgen of Australia in 4 is leading the way. Stacey Adam of New Zealand in 15 is in 2nd place at the moment.
Through 60 seconds, we are quarter way mark already.
Erin Bridgen at the 1/4 mark of the race, looking very comfortable over Stacey Adam at the moment.
Erin Bridgen, a 29-year-old from Australia. She served nearly 10 years as a fitter armor. She was medically discharged from the Army this year only.
Erin Bridgen leading the way from Stacey Adam and Laura Raynal.
Erin Bridgen still looking very comfortable for the Australian. Stacey Adam is just starting to fall a little in 2nd place. There is a possibility of Laura Raynal managing to catch up with Stacey Adam, because we're still not quite at the halfway mark of the contest. Mind you, Raynal is now 50 behind Bridgen, Adam 28. Erin Bridgen still leading the way.
And she should be very comfortable in this atmosphere. She's quite a natural athlete. She's done a lot of weight training, a lot of swimming, a lot of horse riding.
She's in impeccable condition and extremely skilled over so many different sports.
New Zealand looking strong.
Bridgen is now 30 metres ahead of Stacey Adam. This has got a very different feel from some of the races that we've seen so far, because we're quite consistent in the 1, 2 and 3, Bridgen, Adam and Raynal. Tracy Barlow is about 50 behind Raynal. Now there's a change between 4 and 5. That's quite tight.
And for Stacey Adam, this is a terrific moment. She was due to compete in The Hague last year, but of course New Zealand deciding not to attend because of the global health crisis that has postponed her plans by a year. But here she is, and in a potential silver medal position.
Looking very good value at the moment for that silver medal, with about a minute to go. Erin Bridgen of Australia comfortably in the lead, has led from quite early on in this race. Stacey Adam of New Zealand now in 2nd place by 38 metres, so that gap is growing. Laura Reynolds trying to catch Stacey Adam, but it's a big ask now with about 30 seconds or so to go. Erin Bridgen looking really comfortable. There is still one more heat to go in this, so we won't know who is the Invictus Games champion until after the second race. Here we go, 30 seconds to go. Erin Bridgen over Stacey Adam, over Laura Reynolds. Alex J has moved up into 4th position.
We're approaching the final 10.
This is it, Erin Bridgen looking extremely compelling now and holding on by almost 40 metres over Stacey Adam of New Zealand, with Laura Reynolds in 3rd position. Erin Bridgen, absolutely brilliant display. Stacey Adam 2nd, Laura Reynolds 3rd, Australia, New Zealand, Australia, and then Alex J of Australia in 4th position. That's the first heat done, and the star performer, Erin Bridgen.
And what a moment for her. She accomplishes all that with major issues in her hands and her wrists. In her left wrist, there's ligament tear and degeneration. She has RSI in both hands. And yet, look at what she's accomplished.
Great to see the camaraderie between the competitors and the competing nations.
Fiercely hard work for all of them. Great display from Stacey Adam.
We're all in this together.
So Reynolds 3, Adam 2, Bridgen 1. Will it be enough to get onto the podium after this next heat? We've got the United States of America, Great Britain, Republic of Korea, Ukraine, Germany, France, still to come. So a lot of extremely good competitors in the women's IR6.
Well, they've done a stellar job. Let's have a huge ovation for our competitors.
The results in Heat 1 of the women's IR6 4-minute endurance in indoor rowing. Laura Reynolds taking the 3rd spot. In perspective, bronze medal Stacey Adam of New Zealand. Fantastic effort to sit in 2nd place, but the star of this round, Erin Bridgen of Australia. She was just phenomenal.
That's the exact word for it on performance from Erin Bridgen. The distance of 1,091 metres. The rest are going to have to try to go beyond. I look back at some of the moments in this first heat, the women's IR6 4-minute endurance race. Laura Reynolds and Erin Bridgen. Reaction of relief and euphoria as they finished. Stacey Adam, this was a superb display. Out in lane number 15, Stacey Adam.
What an effort from her. She didn't look the most comfortable after the race, but during it, she gave her everything.
That's exactly why she didn't look comfortable after the race. There was nothing that she didn't give there, Stacey Adam. It was absolute full commitment from her. And Stacey Adam, just like virtually all of the other competitors here involved in so many different sports.
Oh yes, here she is due to compete in swimming as well as table tennis.
Table tennis will be hugely popular here. It's a massive sport in Germany, and it is a new sport at the Invictus Games. Well, we have the second heat coming up in just a short while in this packed IR6 category for women in indoor rowing at the Invictus Games.
Düsseldorf, please welcome the competitors in the women's IR6 4-minute endurance heat 2.
And now the second of two heats in the women's IR6 4-minute endurance race, and this will be the decider when it comes to the medals.
Angela Houston.
Absolutely, the United States of America with some strong competitors like Nicole Favuzza and Angela Houston. Jessica Garcia as well.
In lane 8, representing the United States of America, Suzanne Brown.
We've got Susan Brown, who'll be competing in lane 8.
In lane 9, representing the United States of America, Sarah Rockhold.
Sarah Rockhold in lane number 9 for the USA.
10, representing the United States of America, Carly James.
Carly James is in lane number 10.
11, representing the United States of America, Victoria Kamir.
Victoria Kamaya is in lane 11 for the USA.
States of America, Jessica Mukamruat.
And Jessica McCann-Ruart of the USA in 12.
In lane 17, representing
13
France,
is Lorraine Coreau.
In lane 18, representing
France represented by Catherine.
Danielle Stevens.
The UK have Danielle Stevens in lane 18.
Kingdom, Alex McLean.
Alex McClellan of the United Kingdom in lane 19. Stacey Denyer of the United Kingdom will go in 20.
21, representing the United Kingdom, Cody Morton.
The UK's Cody Morton will compete in lane number 21. Amanda Sands will go in 22.
In 23, representing the United Kingdom, Rebecca York. In 24, representing
compete in
Germany,
lane number
Ramona
23.
Thiam. In 25, representing
Ramona Thiam
Germany,
of
Sandra Winkler.
Germany in 24. Sandra Winkler of Germany in 25.
In 26, representing Germany, Julia Erich.
Julia Erich of Germany in lane number
In
26.
27, representing Korea, Hong Mi-yang.
From the Republic of Korea,
In
Hong
28,
Mi-yang in 27.
representing Korea, Lee and-ju. And in 29, representing Korea, Kim
The Republic
In-hee.
of Korea in 29. Kim In-hee of the Republic of Korea is in 29.
Let's
Ian Drew
raise the room
28.
for your
Apologies.
competitors.
Well, well, well. Where will the gold medal be coming from? And to whom will it be going? It's absolutely full out there. Virtually no free ergometers. This is the women's IR6 4-minute endurance second heat. Just to recap for you that the best performances so far from Laura Reynolds of Australia, 1,043 metres, from Stacey Adam of New Zealand, 1,055 metres, and from Erin Bridgen of Australia, 1,091 metres. Those are the markers for the podium so far. So one more time, 1091, 1055, 1043. That's what you need to be getting towards to get onto the podium in this second heat. And there are people that can do it. Absolutely, looking at these competitors. The standard was set very high by Bridgen, Adam and Reynolds. That's what you want from a first heat.
Prepare to race. Hold your handles.
Sit ready. Attention.
We begin the women's IR6 4-minute endurance second heat. At the moment, the leaders, Erin Bridgen of Australia, Stacey Adam of New Zealand, Laura Reynolds of Australia after the first heat. Big start from the UK competitors, Stacey Denyer, Amanda Sands, Danielle Stevens, the top three at the moment. It is Stacey Denyer by 2 metres over Danielle Stevens.
Stacey Denyer just out of the Royal Air Force, where she was a flight sergeant. She discharged in June of this year after 19 years in the service.
And just out of the top two as well, Stacey Denyer now, because Julia Erich of Germany is leading. Then Danielle Stevens. No, Stevens now has gone into the lead. So we have Danielle Stevens, who's in lane 18, leading the way, level with Julia Erich in 26. Nicole Favutsa of the United States of America in 4 is in 3rd position, but Julia Erich is looking very impressive thus far. Nicole Favutsa now moving up. I tell you what, this is a fascinating heat. After the first minute, it's too close to call, really. Jessica Garcia, we've got to keep an eye on as well in 4th position, perhaps moving up towards Danielle Stevens and threatening to go beyond. Danielle Garcia of the United States of America. Jessica Garcia, I should say, the United States of America, in lane number 7. Has gone into 3rd place, as we thought was happening. So Julia Erich, the German competitor, leading the way. Julia Erich is in lane number 26. Nicole Favutsa, as I mentioned earlier, the American competitor, looking very good in lane number 4. And we're now approaching the halfway stage of things, and it is pretty clear at the moment that Julia Ehrlich of Germany is on course to go into the lead. It could be quite tight between her and Bridget because we've got the business end still to come, but Julia Ehrlich is looking very compelling. Nicole Favutsa and Carly James likewise. James has moved up into third place with Stacey Denyer in fourth position. Ramona Thiem is also worth watching. She's in fifth position at the moment. Thiem in lane number 24 might make a run for this to get up towards the podium, but Julia Ehrlich is now being caught by Nicole Favutsa. Favutsa is getting quite close, 11 meters. I just thought for a moment Favutsa was going to push that into single figures in terms of the gap, but maybe just starting to trail now. She's giving it everything, Julia Ehrlich of Germany, just about holding on. This is the key minute coming up now for Julia Ehrlich of Germany to try to make it into the gold medal position, because she's actually gaining over Favutsa. Carly James and Stacey Denyer are locked in third and fourth. They're really, really close. Stacey Denyer in 20, lane at number 20, Carly James in lane number 10. Julia Ehrlich, though, is still leading by about 14 over Nicole Favutsa of the USA. James has got a metre over Denyer in third place, and we've got around 30 seconds left to go. Last 30 seconds coming up. Julia Ehrlich still in the lead, getting close to 20 meters the gap over Nicole Favutsa. She's giving everything. She's pushing hard. She's really pushing hard, Julia Ehrlich, to try and take a gold medal for Germany in her home Invictus Games. Stacey Denyer, meanwhile, has got 5 meters over Carly James in third place. Nicole Favutsa is in second position. Now, is it going to be enough for Julia Ehrlich? It could be close. It could be very close as to whether she gets onto the podium. Julia Ehrlich of Germany has taken it, and it looks as though she might just have made it onto the podium. If that 1052 is correct, then Julia Ehrlich is going to take the bronze medal and will just go in ahead of Laura Reynolds. So we're waiting for confirmation on that. It looks as though heat number 1 was the fastest of the heats, but Julia Ehrlich seems to have done enough to go into third place. She couldn't have given more.
That was a superhuman effort from Julia Ehrlich. We have waited all morning to see German competitors, and what a splash she has made in this race. Regardless of how she finishes, whether she makes the podium or not, that was a phenomenal effort. Tremendous.
We are just waiting for confirmation on these final distances. It's all got to be entered into the computer and made official. Especially tricky when 2 heats are being combined. Just to remind you, in that first heat, Erin Bridgen, 1091, Stacey Adam, 1055, Laura Reynolds, 1043. So if that distance registered by Julia Ehrlich is correct and confirmed, then she has made it onto the podium. It looks as though, provisionally, nobody has managed to get beyond the incredible Erin Bridgen of Australia. That was brilliant from Julia Ehrlich. Let us look back at the exertion, the effort, the determination of Julia Ehrlich of Germany.
She looked like she was possibly running out of steam, particularly during the last 200 meters or so, those last seconds of the race. But wow, she really pulled hard.
Yes, her halfway pace suggested she might actually be in a position to take it. She did incredibly to produce the sort of distance that she did. As I say, we're waiting for confirmation on all of this at the moment, but I don't think she cares too much, to be frank.
Medal or no, the celebration is well underway.
Ramona Team, her teammate.
German competitors leave the competitor area. Dusseldorf makes some noise!
We will bring you confirmation just as soon as we can on the final standings in the IR6 4-minute endurance race. It's a lot of competitors to confirm the numbers for. In just over 5 minutes' time, the men's IR6 4-minute endurance race will be coming up.
IR6 4-minute endurance row. In 13, representing Georgia, Giorgio Kivashlavli.
In lane 13 for Georgia, Georgi Kiobashvili.
Henri Vitangano. In 3, representing Italy, Giuseppe Enriquez.
Giuseppe Enriquez of Italy.
In 4, representing Germany, Robin Ent.
And from Germany, Robin Ent now entering the arena.
5, representing the United States of America, Christopher Farrell.
The United States' Christopher Farrell, already a gold medalist here in powerlifting. What can he do in indoor rowing?
Israel, Jill Alcobi.
The competitor from Israel, Jill Alcobi.
In 7, representing the United Kingdom, Robert Grantham.
From Team UK, here is Robert Grantham.
In lane 8, representing Belgium, Frederic van Lippeveld.
Frederic van Lippeveld of Belgium. He will be in lane 8.
In lane 9, representing Denmark, Henrik Martin Andersen.
The Danish contender, Henrik Martin Andersen.
In lane 10, representing Germany, Moritz Menenke.
Moritz Menenke of Germany.
In lane 11, representing the United States of America, Brian Castillo.
Brian Castillo of Team USA.
In lane 12, representing the United Kingdom, James Rogers.
And in lane 12, James Rogers of the United Kingdom.
In lane 13, representing Georgia, Georgi Kabavzali. In 14, representing Denmark, Michael Henrik Floyd Vintilgano.
Another competitor from Denmark, Michael Henrik Floyd Vitalgiano.
In 15, representing the United States of America, Jacob Anthony.
Jacob Anthony of the USA.
In 17, representing the United Kingdom, Paul Case.
And Paul Case of Team UK. And what a race this is going to be. The first of 3 heats in the men's
18,
IR6 endurance. Australia's Michael Cameron waves hello to the crowd.
In lane 19, representing Germany, Tobias Barkow.
Tobias Barkow of Germany.
In lane 20, representing Germany, Milan Andersen.
Another German contender, Milan Andersen.
In lane 21, representing Belgium, Jenna Bernard-Mathieu.
Jenna Bernard-Mathieu of Belgium jogging onto the stage. He looks ready.
In lane 22, representing Poland, Robert Politek.
Robert Politek of Poland. We have seen so many impressive performances from Polish competitors here so far. What can he do? We wonder. From France, here is Maxime.
In lane 24, representing Poland, Andrzej Poniatowski.
Andrzej Poniatowski, another contender from Poland.
In lane 25, representing the United Kingdom, Scott Robertson.
Team UK's Scott Robertson.
In lane 26, representing Poland, Mariusz Sawicki.
Mariusz Sawicki of Poland.
In lane 27, representing Colombia, Henri Alberio Tovar Acosta.
Colombia's Henri Tovar. Colombia, a first-time nation competing at these Invictus Games.
Australia, Sean Hillman.
Australia's Sean Hillman. Hillman, a 31-year-old who works for the Department of Correctional Services in South Australia. Hans Jakob Rasmussen of Denmark in lane 29.
And it's a full house in lane 30, representing Australia, Craig Ball.
And Craig Ball of Australia completing the competitors in this heat, one of three. Everyone wants a piece of this race.
Well, I think it's safe to say, Blythe, this is going to be a bit busy. What a fascinating men's IR6 4-minute endurance category it's going to be. As you said, we've got 3 heats. And as our arena presenter said, a full house of competitors, every single ergometer being used.
It looks like it could be anyone's game. One contender to keep an eye on potentially, Christopher Farrell of the United States. He demonstrated his upper body strength in the men's powerlifting, winning the gold medal in his category. He is incredibly strong.
Yes, he will be in lane number 5, Christopher Farrell. In terms of real strength as well, the USA's Jacob Anthony in 15. But it comes down to extremely good technique.
For those of you just tuning in, this is indoor rowing, and this is the first of 3 heats in the men's IR6 4-minute endurance race. This has proven an extraordinarily popular event.
Competitors, please stop rowing.
And it should be a very good race too. There's a look at Christopher Farrell of the United States of America.
This is the first time that we've actually had all 30 ergometers in use in one race. Goodness me. The IR6 category is for open and MFI competitors, use of a sliding seat with physical impairments that are not comparable with impairments in IR1 through to IR5.
Hold your handles.
We begin the men's IR6 4-minute endurance heat number 1. All 30 ergometers are in use. Competitors from all over the world. The Invictus Games family gathered to watch this fantastic men's IR6 competition. 3 heats, so we won't know for a long time who it is that is the Invictus Games champion in this category of Düsseldorf 2023.
Go right to the wire in the second half of the race. We're going to find out here. There are 3 heats in total
from
in this event.
David Geraghty of Germany in lane 1 through to Craig Ball of Australia in lane 30. This is completely and utterly packed.
And 3.
It is Marius Savitsky. No, that's changed quickly. Henrik Andersen of Denmark, who's leading over Robert Grantham of the United Kingdom. So Henrik Andersen in lane number 9 is the leader. No, he's not now. Yes, he is again. Just keep watching this change. Robert Grantham in lane 7 is also performing well. So 7 and 9 are some key lanes at the moment. We've got David Geraghty of Germany, who's in lane number 1, who's in 3rd place. But now Moritz Meinecke of Germany, who's in 10, has moved into 3rd position. It's Grantham over Andersen. Now it's Andersen over Grantham. This is a great first 90 seconds. They're absolutely level, coming up to, 500 metres.
Robert Grantham, an aircraft mechanic technician in the RAF. He is 28 years old, specializes in helicopters. He was actually doing an Ironman triathlon in 2021, and he suffered serious ankle injuries.
Moritz Meinecke is in 1st position at the moment for the Germans. Henrik Andersen of Denmark is in 2nd place. Robert Grantham of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland in 3rd position. We're beyond the halfway mark of this race. Mariusz Savitsky of Poland, who led early on, has dropped down to 4th. But it's Meinecke in lane 10 who is the leader. Moritz Meinecke in lane number 10 for Germany, leading by 3 metres over Henrik Andersen of Denmark in lane number 9. Now Robert Grantham in 7 has moved up. Last 90 seconds. This is very tight. 3 of them virtually inseparable. Who will it be? Meinecke, Andersen, Grantham. Can anyone get close? It might be asking a bit too much now for Mariusz Savitsky of Poland to get into that top 3.
Push them towards
10 metres, they're starting to slightly separate the top 3 now. Grantham in 3rd place. Moritz Meinecke leading from lane number 10. There he is, Meinecke on the right, leading the way. Andersen next to him in lane number 9. Those are the top 2 at the moment. Grantham has started to drop to 14 metres away from Meinecke. We're into the last 45 seconds. Meinecke and Andersen absolutely locked together.
Between a place and a medal.
Goodness me, this is extraordinary. Meinecke looks to have the slightly smoother stroke rate. It might well be that Andersen is dropping away, and indeed he is. He's now down to 6 metres with about 20 seconds left to go. Moritz Meinecke, very smooth finish. Just look at Meinecke's smooth action, good stroke rate. He's going to extend his lead over Andersen, no question. Moritz Meinecke is surely going to take this first one and take it well.
Heat number 1 and 3, we do this 2 more
and the German competitor Moritz Meinecke, 12, about 14 metres in the end over Henrik Andersen of Denmark. Robert Grantham of the UK in 3rd.
More delight for the home crowd.
Brilliant from Moritz Meinecke.
She can't believe it.
Just a cool, professionally run race for Moritz Meinecke of Germany.
We'll just make sure lane 9's okay.
And it is Henrik Martin Andersen who is receiving just a bit of attention after giving it his everything in this race.
All of your competitors in the men's IR6, make some noise now!
Well, he was just nodding his head there, Henrik Andersen, and smiling, saying he's okay. Wasn't he brilliant, Moritz Meinecke?
That was a very intense 4 minutes of racing. He did such a wonderful job staying cool, really utilizing the smooth stroking power that he has.
Yeah, really kept the stroke rate high. It was impressive. And the smoothness, absolutely, as you're saying, Blythe, as he got towards the very end of that race, just kept a smooth action going, and it was clear that he and Anderson had quite different finishes to that race.
We have already seen that some of these races have been decided in the last few seconds. So back-to-back excellent races from German competitors. Moritz Meinecke perhaps a bit inspired if he saw the race that Julia Eyrich ran just before this. Wonderful work from Team UK. And this in lane 9, Henrik Mart Andersen of Denmark. You could see the effort on his face. Actually, with about 3 seconds left on the clock, he relinquished the bar and his race was over.
Could not have given more, and lovely to see Moritz Meinecke reaching out to grasp Anderson by the hand.
That completes the first of 3 heats in this men's IR6 4-minute endurance race. Coming up, heat number 2, and once again, it is just chock full of contenders. We will have our first look at a competitor from Romania, as well as Denmark, Georgia, Great Britain, the USA, Canada, Poland. Let's meet the contenders. From Canada, Dion Anderson. He will be in lane 1.
In lane 3, representing Georgia, Levani Shuksadze.
Levani Shukadadze of Georgia in lane 3, preparing now. Xavier Cardona of the United States in lane 4.
Representing Canada, Jonathan Ferrot.
Jonathan Thériault of Canada will take his place in lane 5.
Representing Romania, Catalin Olteanu.
From Romania, here is Catalin Olteanu.
In lane 7, representing the United Kingdom, James Harrison.
James Harrison of Team UK.
In lane 8, representing the United Kingdom, Johnny Ball.
Johnny Ball, who shares a name with a famous TV presenter in the United Kingdom.
Waldemar Szymanski.
Poland's Waldemar Szymanski. He will be rowing in lane 9, and William Cruz of Team USA in lane 10. Sonny Tavake of New Zealand. What a story he has.
12, representing Ukraine, Vitaly Borodovka.
Vitaly Borodovka of Ukraine in lane 12.
In lane 16, representing Denmark, Jørgen Svensson.
Niels Jørgen Svensson of Denmark.
In lane 17, representing Georgia, Zaza Kotasashvili.
Zaza Kotasashvili of Georgia
18, representing the Netherlands,
will take his place in lane 17. Here is Soren Hall. As we have another look at Kotasashvili.
Michael Stuber.
And this is New Zealand's Soren Hall.
In lane 19, representing Germany, Michael Stuber.
Michael Stover of Germany. He will be in lane 19.
Representing Canada, Nick Holliome.
Canada's Nick Holliome
In lane 21, representing France, Francois.
From France, here is Francois.
In lane 23, representing the Netherlands, Edwin Beekman.
The Netherlands is Edwin Beekman.
In lane 24, representing New Zealand, Tyra Carr.
Tyra Carr of New Zealand.
In lane 25, representing Georgia, Irakali Magaralia.
Irakali Magalaria of Georgia will row in lane 25.
Adam Slot.
Adam Slot of Australia,
In lane 28,
accompanied by his service animal. He will be rowing in lane 26. Daniel Norman of the USA, a silver medalist in powerlifting, in lane 27.
In lane 28, representing Romania, Christian Gabar.
Romania's Christian Gabar. In lane 28.
Representing Canada, Kenton Dill.
Canada's Kenton Dill.
Representing Poland, Jacek Domanski.
Jacek Domanski of Poland completes the roster in lane 30. This is heat 2 of 3 of the men's IR6 4-minute endurance race. And if what we saw in heat 1 is any indication, this is bound to be spectacular. Here are the results of Heat 1. Just to remind you, Robert Grantham of Team UK in 3rd place, Henrik Martin Andersen, Denmark in 2nd, and Moritz Meinecke, the leader thus far, 1,255 meters, 1.25 kilometers is what they are going to be standing for.
It's been an absolute joy to watch, hasn't it, so far, Blythe?
It's such good entertainment.
I was lucky enough to commentate the indoor rowing at last year's Invictus Games in The Hague, and I don't know if it's possible, but this might actually be surpassing it in terms of drama. Had some extremely dramatic races.
Thank you, competitors. Please stop rowing. We're almost ready to start.
Adam Slot of Australia with his support dog. May we managed to find the space out there for the support dogs, considering how packed this is. A full complement of ergometers. The men's IR6 4-minute endurance second heat. We're looking at Adam Slot of Australia and the rest of the pack, because it's a full complement of 30 ergometers. This is a busy, busy race. Now, the kind of numbers needed. Robert Grantham of UK, 1,222 meters. Henrik Andersen of Denmark, 1,241. Moritz Meinecke of Germany, 1,255. So, 12:22 plus, you're on the podium provisionally, but there's one more heat to go. The first 3/4 of a minute are done. This is what we can tell you. Javier Cardona of the USA is leading over Waldemar Skomecki of Poland. Zaza Kotoszashvili of Georgia now in second position, has moved up. Vitaly Bolodavka of Ukraine now behind Adam Slot. So it is Cardona of the United States of America in lane number 4, performing very well. But Kotoshashvili of Georgia is also really in this.
Or do they hold a little bit back just for the last 60 seconds?
Waldemar Skomecki of Poland in second place.
Seconds already.
Cardona leading the way and looking really compelling so far. We've gone beyond the 90-second mark of this race.
As you know very, very well,
Xavier Cardona is a corporal in the U.S. Marine Corps, and as one of his teammates put it rather recently, we are Marines, we are competitive.
2 minutes to go. We are halfway.
Skonecki is in lane number 9. Cardona is about 12-13 meters ahead of him. Zaza Kotoshashvili of Georgia, who's in 17, is in 3rd position. So those are your top 3 so far. Vitaly Bolodavka in 4th is a little behind the chasing pack as we are getting close to 90 seconds to go in this second heat. Cardona has controlled it really from start to finish. Waldemar Skomecki second. 11 meters the gap. Zaza Kotoshashvili now 25 meters behind Xavier Cardona. Cardona is looking really in control of it. Skomecki is making a big push. Now what we're going to discover over the next minute or so is whether Cardona is on course to actually make it onto the provisional podium. The moment it looks as though Cardona is working a little behind that, but we're going to see. Maybe not. You can never quite tell what's going to happen in that last minute. Waldemar Skomecki of Poland in second, 18 meters. We're looking at Skomecki now. Zaza Kotoshashvili, the Georgian in 17, is in 3rd place. So Cardona, Skomecki, Kotoshashvili 1, 2 and 3 with 30 seconds to go in the second heat of this men's IR6 4-minute endurance race. Cardona has been magnificent. This is a composed, controlled display. Cardona now trying to get as close as possible to that 1,255. And it looks as though he's going to be just shy of that. Xavier Cardona of the United States of America as we get right to the very end, and that is a win for Cardona with Waldemar Skomecki in second place and Zaza Kotoshashvili of Georgia 3rd. If those calculations are confirmed, then Xavier Cardona is going to be just slightly out of the running, with Robert Grantham of the UK in 3rd place on 12:22. Terrific effort, nonetheless, from Xavier Cardona.
Will do exactly the same. Wonderful support.
And we have now
from the Netherlands.
Provisionally a glimpse of Cardona as being in 4th place.
And that is beautiful to see right there. This is about family and support.
Waldemar Skonecki in 6th at the moment.
Heroes. And I think
Special greetings for him after his race. And what a lovely ovation for Zaza Kotoshashvili of Georgia from his team as well. Taking a little bow, Xavier Cardona of the United States. He occupies the provisional 4th position. But didn't he give the top 3 a run for their money?
Quite a different heat, that one, from the first. It'll be intriguing to see where heat number 3 places itself. Top 3 so far, all from heat number 1.
And we will find out in just a few minutes whether they will remain the top 3. Heat 3 of 3 coming up. Let's take a look back at how this second heat played out. Here is Zaza Kodoshashvili of Georgia. Strong technique. He was in third place, Kotoshashvili. And here is Waldemar Szkonecki of Poland. Very strong performance from the Polish competitor, second best in this heat. But the man to beat in Heat 2 was Xavier Cardona of the United States of America. This is his finish. Very impressive. 1.2 kilometers rode and fourth place in the cumulative standings at the moment. Top three remain the top three from Heat 1, Robert Grantham of UK, Henrik Martin Andersen of Denmark, and Moritz Meinecke of Germany holding the gold medal at this point with one heat to go. There is one more race still to come in the men's IR6 4-minute endurance. And if it is anything like what we have seen in the first two heats, we are going to be stunned and impressed.
Well, it's a very high standard that is going to need to be produced in this final heat to get beyond those top three, all of whom came out of the first heat. Moritz Meinecke of Germany, 1,255 meters rode in 4 minutes.
Düsseldorf, please welcome the competitors in the men's IR6 4-minute endurance row, Heat 3.
Now entering the arena, the competitors in Heat 3 of the men's IR6 4-minute endurance race.
Representing Germany.
In lane 1 from Belgium, Michael Hepperts.
In lane 3, representing the Netherlands, Hannes Banade.
In lane 3 from the Netherlands, Hediet Bunyade. And his teammate Danielo Merker.
In lane 5, representing
in lane
the
4.
Bram Hanstede.
Lanes 3, 4, 5, all occupied by Dutch competitors. Here's Bram Hanstede. Stephen Todd of Canada will row in lane 6. And Terry Jones of Team UK in lane 7.
In lane 8, representing Italy, Francesco Tranchida.
Italy's Francesco Tranchida rowing in lane 8.
The Netherlands, David Sanderson.
Another competitor in lane 9.
In lane 10, representing the Netherlands, Alex Vogels.
Alex Vogels of the Netherlands. He will be in lane 10.
In lane 11, representing the United Kingdom, David Jarvis.
David Jarvis of Team UK.
In lane 12, representing the United States of America,
He will be
Gutierrez.
rowing in lane 12, Rosendo Gutierrez of Team USA. Thorsten Kardel of Germany in lane 13.
Representing Estonia, Christian Bank.
Estonia's Christian Bank in lane 14.
Patrick Gordon.
Patrick Gordon of Canada in lane 15.
Luca Locci. In lane
Luca
19,
Locci
representing
of
the Netherlands,
Italy.
Stephen Limbrick.
And in lane 19 from New Zealand, Stephen Limbrick. Lindsay Thomas of New Zealand. He will be in lane 20.
In 22, representing Poland, Krzysztof Kostik.
Crystal Kostik of Poland in lane 22.
Representing the United Kingdom, Ben Gallagher.
Ben Gallagher of Team UK in lane 23.
In lane 24, representing the Netherlands, Robert Gillen.
From the Netherlands, Robert Gillen.
In lane 25, representing Canada, James Gendron.
James Gendron of Canada jogs on stage.
In 26, representing Team Unconquered, William Pitchkaka.
William Pitchkaka representing Team Unconquered.
In 27, representing Germany, Jan Peters.
Jan Peters of Germany.
And in lane 28, representing Georgia, Sandro Kujas.
And Sandro Kujaze of Georgia in lane 28.
One more time for your competitors.
The field is set for the last of 3 heats in the men's IR6 4-minute endurance. At the end of this race, we will know the medalists.
And this is the last of all of the endurance races in indoor rowing at the Invictus Games. The afternoon session will be all about 1 minute sprinting action and little rest time for these competitors to get ready for all of that. This is the most competitive classification in terms of the sheer number of athletes. Ben Gallagher of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, one of the athletes who will be competing in this race. Well, Ben Gallagher, really an absolutely remarkable story, and it's a thrill to have him here competing at the Invictus Games. For him, adaptive sport has been at the heart of his recovery journey, hasn't it?
It has. He was in the Royal Corps of Signals for 16 years. He did operational tours in Afghanistan and other deployments around the world. 4 years ago, he was on active duty and he was shot numerous times. He had blast injuries that he received to both arms, and his upper torso was damaged as well. And of course, when you go through something like that, it has a significant impact on your mental health. He has talked very openly and eloquently about the feelings of isolation, the loss, suicidal ideations, and he does have PTSD.
And what he said about the Invictus Games is that it's all about having fun, being a part of a tight-knit community. In his words, no one cares about your injuries, no one cares about your scars. It's all about having fun. He might have a lot of fun here because he's a really good rower. So let's see how Ben Gallagher and the rest get on.
Away we go.
This is heat number 3, the men's IR6 4-minute endurance competition at the Invictus Games of Düsseldorf 2023. Let's just remind ourselves of where we are at the moment. It's Moritz Meinecke of Germany leading, Henrik Andersen of Denmark second, Robert Grantham of the United Kingdom third. 12:55, 12:41, 12:22, the distances that need to be rowed in order to get onto the podium as we have a look at Ben Gallagher of the United Kingdom.
Wave that flag, come on girls, wave that flag.
We're going to get a sense as we approach now the 3/4 minute mark as to where we are, and it is Sandro Kujadze of Georgia who leads, Ben Gallagher of the United Kingdom in second place but gaining already on Kujadze. Bram Hadstedt of the Netherlands is third.
1 minute down, 3 to go.
Hidayet Bunyadi, also the Netherlands, in fourth position. Michael Happerts of Belgium moving up into 5th place. Real attack of this from Sandro Kujadze of Georgia. Absolutely extraordinary power, really pushing hard, but trying to keep a disciplined and controlled stroke rate. That might be a challenge for Kujadze, who's starting to fall away. Ben Gallagher is leading this one. Remarkably impressive from Ben Gallagher. Bram Hadstedt is in second place. There he is, Gallagher in 23. Smooth. Look at the smoothness of the stroke rate from Ben Gallagher.
Beautiful form, isn't it?
It really is exquisite rowing, this from Gallagher. Now we're getting close to the halfway mark here.
Right, we are 2 minutes.
And now we're at 2 minutes, and this is suggestive of Ben Gallagher being in the race for a medal and maybe even for a victory. Bram Hadstedt of the Netherlands is second. Sandro Kujadze has really fallen back. I mentioned earlier that the stroke rate and smoothness not quite there for Kujadze. Gallagher looking very good. In second position at the moment, it's lane 5, Bram Hadstedt of the Netherlands, but Ben Gallagher is just making this look so smooth and easy. It's remarkably skillful. This is not somebody who's rowing like they've been doing it for 2 3/4 minutes. It's somebody who looks as though they've just started. This is incredible technique from the United Kingdom's Ben Gallagher.
We're approaching the stages where it's critical now.
It's now about keeping the technique strong with the last minute coming up. Ben Gallagher of the United Kingdom leading the way with 1 minute to go and rowing absolutely fantastically. Bram Hadstedt is certainly in contention though, because he's 70 metres behind Gallagher, and at the rate Gallagher's going, he might be able to push his way onto the podium. It's Moritz Meinecke who leads, Henrik Andersen second, Robert Grantham third. You're looking for something in excess of 1,222 metres in order to get onto the podium, and Ben Gallagher is pushing hard for that because he's at 1,129 at the moment. He's now gone beyond that and he's got about 20 seconds left. David Jarvis has moved up into third position in this particular race, but it's really Gallagher and Hadstedt who are making a push for the podium. Now then, 10 seconds to go. Gallagher is going to get onto the podium. How close is he going to get? This is brilliant from Ben Gallagher. He's pushing for gold. He's pushing for gold. Ben Gallagher is going to be the Invictus Games champion.
Ben Gallagher.
A stunning stunning performance from Ben Gallagher. The Ben Gallagher who has been through so much, and the Ben Gallagher who came to the Invictus Games wanting to have fun, wanting to be with like-minded individuals. Well, he's going to have a lot of fun when that gold medal is placed around his neck. Bram Hanstede of the Netherlands coming in second place in this race. We await confirmation of where that puts him, but I think it's going to have him on the podium as well. But Ben Gallagher, he's done it.
He's always been such a keen sportsman, has Ben Gallagher, and he's spoken about how it has been so good for him to have a goal, to have something to train towards.
And now the pain becomes worth it for those.
Well, we're just waiting to confirm those results.
Personal bests and challenges set. It's not all about the medals at the Invictus Games,
but it's looking very, very compelling for Ben Gallagher of the United Kingdom.
On the world stage here. One more time, Dusseldorf.
And there are a lot of results now to finalise.
Wonderful performance as well for David Jarvis of Team UK. He really snuck onto the podium. Bram Hanstede of the Netherlands. You can see the effort that he is exerting. And finally, Ben Gallagher, so calm, so smooth, and that is the look of victory. A race incredibly well run. Bram Hanstede of the Netherlands and Ben Gallagher receiving hearty congratulations on their efforts. What a thrilling finish to this three-heat race. As you said, Ollie, the most competitive category in indoor rowing at these Invictus Games.
Unbelievably difficult to make it onto that podium. For the three that have done it, and we're waiting for confirmation, that is a sensational accomplishment. Close to 100 competitors in that race alone.
And the thrilling concluding seconds where Ben Gallagher just rose up and took it all, got himself across the line in first place.
When you think 3 heats to determine that, each one a virtually full set of ergometers, 30 lanes. That's an incredible accomplishment to be in the top 3 across those 3 heats.
We will have the classified results in just a moment here at the Invictus Games.
One person we need to thank. We thank the competitors, we thank you, the crowd. Can we make some noise really quickly for our DJ Grayson on the stage? Grayson bringing the noise all day, doing a wonderful job for us.
Just imagine, can't you, now the final calculations are being done to make sure that all of those final distances have been accurately measured down to the last split second. And the machines now will be being set up for the sprints. The sprints that will be coming up in the afternoon session.
But before that, we will have several medal ceremonies to conclude the action of this morning's indoor rowing session. We have just seen the final race in the endurance category. This afternoon we'll bring heats and finals in the sprint category. 4 minutes is the time frame for endurance, but just 1 minute is what the sprint is.
Okay, stick with us, Dusseldorf. We have our medal presentations coming up soon. Once they are all arranged behind the scenes, you can celebrate with us as we distribute even more bronze, silver and gold medalists and cheer on our new Invictus Games champions.
Coming up in just a few moments, the medal ceremonies for the final races in indoor rowing endurance. It is now time for the women's IR 4-minute endurance race medal ceremony in indoor rowing at the 2023 Invictus Games in Dusseldorf.
Please welcome the medal ceremony for the Invictus Games Dusseldorf 2023 Women's IR 4-minute endurance row. The medals will be presented by Melanie Richards, Trustee, Invictus Games Foundation. Gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing the United States of America, Heather Seelover.
It is a second Invictus Games gold medal here in Dusseldorf for Air Force Major Heather Seelover of the United States of America. She adds the gold in women's IR 4-minute endurance indoor rowing.
Please show your appreciation for your Invictus Games champion.
It's a poignant moment for Heather Seelover of the United States, the gold medalist in indoor rowing. She also has a silver in the discus throw to go with that gold in the 1500 meters. We will follow up with the indoor rowing medal ceremony for the women's IR5.
Invictus Games Düsseldorf 2023 Women's IR5 4-minute endurance row. The medals will be presented by Major General Boswell, Chief of the Army and Head of Mission in New Zealand.
The presentation party.
Bronze medalist, representing the United States of America, Lauren Montoya.
Lauren Montoya, who hails from Austin, Texas, a Sergeant First Class in the U.S. Special Operations Command, competing at her second Invictus Games. She receives the bronze medal in the women's IR5 4-minute endurance in the sport of indoor rowing.
Silver medalist, representing Ukraine, Yulia Shevchuk.
It is a poignant moment for Yulia Shevchuk of Ukraine as she accepts the silver medal in the women's IR5 4-minute endurance race. Wrapped in the flag of her nation, she stands an Invictus
Gold
Games
medalist
silver medalist.
Invictus Games champion, representing Australia, Taryn Dickens.
Taryn Dickens of Australia wanted to test herself. She has already taken a bronze in powerlifting at these Invictus Games, and now the 40-year-old able seaman adds a gold medal in indoor rowing. A consummate athlete, a champion of the Invictus Games, Taryn Dickens of Australia.
Medalists.
The medalists in indoor rowing in the women's IR5 4-minute endurance category: bronze to Lauren Montoya of the USA, silver to Yulia Shevchuk of Ukraine, and gold to Taryn Dickens of Australia. keeping in the spirit of these Invictus Games, Taryn Dickens, the gold medalist, who is light sensitive and vision impaired. She relies on Lauren Montoya, the bronze medalist, to help lead her out of the arena. This is the kind of spirit that we have seen from all competitors of all nations here at the Invictus Games, and it is such a lovely, lovely thing to experience. This concludes the endurance events in indoor rowing.
Ceremony for Invictus Games Düsseldorf 2023.
But there are still medal ceremonies honoring the winners here. And they are winners all.
The medals will be presented by Major General Boswell, Chief of the Army and Head of Mission in New Zealand. Silver medalist, representing the United Kingdom, Chris Anslow.
To Chris Anslow of Team UK, the silver medal in the men's IR7 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing at these Invictus Games. The 50-year-old former Royal Engineer in the British Army won gold at the trials ahead of The Hague. And the gold medal to the man from Australia, Andrew Tebbett. What a marvelous moment this is for the 47-year-old who joined the Australian Army more than 20 years ago.
Düsseldorf, please show your appreciation for your Invictus Game medalists.
Anslow and Tebbett, the medalists in men's IR7 4-minute endurance. What a wonderful race they have run. And this is their reward. Chris Anslow veritably dances off the stage. It is now time for the medal ceremony in the women's IR6 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing.
The medals will be presented by Melanie Richards, trustee, Invictus Games Foundation. Bronze medalist, representing Germany, Julia Eirich.
Accepting the bronze medal, Julia Eirich of Germany. What a fantastic effort she gave in pedaling,
Silver medalist,
rowing her way onto the podium.
Stacey Adam.
New Zealand's Stacey Adam wins the silver medal. One of just a handful of competitors in this indoor rowing race to be able to go more than a kilometer in the 4-minute heat.
Gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing Australia, Erin Bridgen.
And the gold medal is for Erin Bridgen of Australia. 1,091 meters rowed. An extraordinary moment for this young woman, 29 years old.
For your Invictus Games medalists.
And now a champion of the Invictus Games. The medalists in women's IR6 4-minute endurance in indoor rowing, Julia Eirich of Germany, Stacey Adam of New Zealand, and Erin Bridgen with the gold from Australia. A celebratory haka being performed by the New Zealand team in honor of Stacey Adam, their silver medalist in indoor rowing.
Please welcome the medal ceremony for Invictus Games Düsseldorf 2023 Men's IR6 4-minute endurance row.
What a race this was. It is now time for the medal ceremony in the men's IR6 4-minute endurance race in indoor rowing at the Invictus Games Düsseldorf 2023.
The medals will be presented by Lieutenant General Schott, Commander of the Bundeswehr Operational Command.
This was the most competitive event
Germany, Moritz Minke.
in indoor rowing that we have seen so far. And with the bronze medal, it is Moritz Meinecke of Germany.
Silver medalist, representing the Netherlands, Bram Hanstede.
The silver medal to Bram Hanstede of the Netherlands. After a wonderful effort on the rowing machine, he stands proud, an Invictus Games silver medalist.
Gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing the United Kingdom, Ben Gallagher.
4 years after his world turned upside down, Ben Gallagher stands at the top of the Invictus Games. The gold medalist in men's IR6 4-minute endurance indoor rowing. He has triumphed over so very much.
For your Invictus Games medalist.
And it is worth repeating his words. No one cares about your injuries, no one cares about your scars. It's all about having fun and being part of the tight-knit community that is the Invictus Games. He truly is at the heart of this event. The gold medalist in men's IR6 4-minute endurance indoor rowing at these 2023 Invictus Games, Ben Gallagher of Team UK.
That concludes this session of competition. Our next race will be right here at 1:30.
There is plenty more indoor rowing to come. We will move from the endurance to the sprint category with the first races beginning in just about an hour. Please do stay with us. It is going to be fabulous.
Welcome inside Merker Spiel-Arena, Dusseldorf, Germany, as we start your day number 2 of the 2023 Invictus Games. The United States and Georgia starting off the day of what will be 14 games in pool play A and pool play B. Georgia and the United States participating in pool play A today. Both teams will have multi-games today, with Georgia playing 3 games and the United States, the reigning gold medalists here at the Invictus Games, playing 4 games on the entire docket of day of basketball. Group A consisting of United States, Georgia, France, Team Unconquered, and New Zealand. Pool play B consisting of Team Unconquered 1, the United Kingdom, the Ukraine, Canada, and Australia. We're on the main court here at Merker Spiel-Arena as the players continue to warm up. Wheelchair basketball was first played back in 1945 at a war veteran hospital in the United States. It has been long a part of the Invictus Games, very similar as teams will play with 5 players aside. There are fouls, there are traveling violations, there are shooting fouls.
The United States of America!
And now the announcement of the team's rosters. First, the United States, the reigning champions of the Invictus Games 2023, as they come out onto the court. Both men and women on the U.S. and all of these rosters, if need be. There are no minimum requirements of the number of women or men on any team. Garrett Blakely taking the low 5s there. The team lists Coach Hannah Walker and the U.S. squad. Julius McManus. And the U.S. squad.
Please welcome
And now Team Georgia taking the floor. Again, Georgia will be wearing the white or light colored jerseys. Great camaraderie and sportsmanship always here at the Invictus Games as the players introduce each other at midcourt. And there you see the Georgia lineup. Led by Ahmed Savarov.
Okay, Düsseldorf, the competitors are ready. Are you ready, Düsseldorf?
Last opportunity for the players to talk their strategies and their scouts for this one. So much practice time put in, and now to finally be able to implement it on the court. David Dashlatavi, the head coach of Georgia, talking over the strategy one more time.
Who's in the crowd supporting USA? And who is in attendance cheering on Georgia? Starting five for USA. Number 3, Kayla Saska.
Kevin Green and Kayla Saska will be the only female out on the floor. She will be playing with the U.S. squad wearing number 3. They huddle up one last time, the group of 5 for each squad.
Starting five for Georgia.
Imadazi, Abanashvili, as we get set for the tip. Here a game, number 1 of the day, 14 games total. In this pool play competition, Pool A and Pool B, Georgia and the United States will be participating in Pool A. See the players trying to match up off of that tip. So glad you could join us to start the day. Day number 3 of action here at Invictus 2023. Merker Spiel-Arena, we are underway. 4 quarters of action for you. And off of the tip and a slight turnover, the U.S. with the basketball. Great job on the inbounds pass by Georgia to try to deny that pass coming in. Blakely now brings it up. Looking for a backdoor cut and rolls in. Nice job. First 2 of the game, first 2 of the Invictus games. And Earl Olinger with the bucket to put the U.S. on the board. A little pressure here in the backcourt for Georgia to outlet. Nice job moving up the floor. McDazzi, and the pass across, looking for the cutter. Gorgita with the bucket. It's short, hits his own rebound, and put back short again, and the U.S. with the rebound. Loose ball on the floor. Picked up by Kevin Green. Throw ahead. And 2 more for the United States. Gerald Blakely with the basket. U.S. with the lead. Pressure once again. Quick outlet. Rajita. They'll bring it back, actually, to reset once again. Take a look at that replay. Nice job, little backdoor cut for an easy 2 for the United States. Good pressure here in the backcourt by Georgia, trying to slow the momentum of the United States squad. Green looking for a cutter, nothing there. Under pressure, and the weight worked nicely for the United States squad. Georgia having their hands full here with the backdoor pressure off the made buckets, turnover caused. And just taking that little bit of extra time of patience, certainly prevailing for the United States. Loose ball on the floor, picked up by Georgia. Here's Gordita. Oh, and unfortunately unable to handle the basketball. Back to the United States squad. Green with some room to run in the lane. Gets the spin, gets the finish. Plenty of room for the basket for Kevin Green. He is certainly showing his ball handling skills and his quickness to get to the bucket. Rajita, as we have a foul on the floor. Off of the hold. And off the foul will be an inbound pass on the side there, about mid-court for Team Georgia. Nicolosi with the inbound pass now to Huram. Ivadazi. And the first 2 bucket of the game for Team Georgia. 8-2 now. Nice job on the replay. You can see it from the backside. Little fake that passed down low towards the baseline. And then the hold and the bucket, the first 2 for Horita. Nice movement of the basketball by the United States. Green cutting in. Ball is short. Rebound picked up. Ivadazi looking for an outlet under pressure. And a nice pass up court. Ahmed Sharan, they'll bring it back out. Looking for some help, looking for a cutter, patiently waiting. The release is short and a quick pickup. Look out, here comes Kevin Green. Showing his quickness, looking up the floor. Green trying to run baseline. Nice cut inside and a super finish by the United States. That's Alfred Davey Martinez. Take a look at it again. Off of the replay and the cut to the basket from above. 10-2 United States here in the first quarter of play. Georgia with the inbound here. And with room to the pit is Gerald Blakely. shot is off. Abernathy's shot is, or excuse me, his pass is intercepted there. We have a foul on the floor. Abudali got his hand just slightly in on Blakely. The United States basketball here. We're in the first quarter of play. Pool A, day one of wheelchair basketball competition. Marcus Garrett. That's a Marcus yesterday in the discus throw, and many of these players are multi-sport athletes here at Invictus Games 2023. United States with a 12-2 lead here in the first quarter of play. Avanashvili trying to pass it up to Sararov. Sararov, oh, and unfortunately, a turnover for Team Georgia. Blakely actually trying to work off of a little bit of a screen. As Kevin Green goes back the opposite way, that leaves the entire lane open, and unfortunately, Blakely unable to finish. We'll have a foul off of the hold on the play. Avanashvili and his teammates trying to find just a little bit of consistency here in this first quarter of action. The United States coming out and leading from the onset. 12-2 here in the first. The opportunity to outputting the technical foul that was called. Pelosi, Babanashvili converts. Nicely done. Never touching the rim on either one of those opportunities. And with that, Georgia will retain possession of the basketball. Great job, just barely touching the rim. Georgia retaining basketball off the technical foul. Can they convert? This would be a great opportunity to cut into this lead, and a foul called on the play. Ahmed Sararov will head to the free throw line, shooting 2. First shot is off. Well, for the United States with 1 to go here. Off the rebound. It appears we will have a foul underneath.
USA 12, Georgia 4.
And with that,
let's hear it, Dusseldorf.
ends our quarter of play. Anna Walker, the head coach there of the United States squad, talking it over with the team. David Dizzy also talking with his Georgia squad. As the crowd continues to get into it here at Merker Spiel-Arena, Düsseldorf, Germany. Day number 3 of competition. Everyone's on their feet, and that is certainly one of the many, many aspects of attending the games here in Düsseldorf. During any time of timeout or preempted time, the fans are really into it. It's great to see them supporting their friends and family that are participating in these Invictus games. No matter what country you are and what country you participate in, as you see the clock winding down here after the first quarter of play. About 30 more seconds for the teams to discuss how they want to make their adjustments going into the second quarter of action. Here at Invictus Games 2023, this is pool play action, game number 1 of the day between the United States and Georgia. Both these teams will be playing multi-games on the day as we work through the pool play A and pool play B. Georgia in the United States, along with France, Team Unconquered number 2, and New Zealand, all make up the preliminary round of Group A number 1. United States will inbound it here to start the second quarter of play. And quickly off of the inbound pass, the United States effectively working their cut to the basket for the hoop. Just there to David Green on that inbound pass. 14-4 now in the U.S. Off the rebound, nice job, offensive break. Georgia tries to keep it alive, unable to on that second chance opportunity. United States' largest lead. Saska has stripped on the backside. Has been 10. We've only had 1 lead change in this one, and that was very early on. Otherwise, the United States reigning gold medalists have led throughout. Georgia has had their hands full trying to break this full court pressure by the U.S. Foul called in the backcourt on Team Georgia. Venizzi with the foul, so on the inbounds, it would be Gerald Blakely sending it into Green. Green baseline, takes his time and easily banks it in. USA. A lot of patience, maybe a little bit of a height advantage for Kevin Green. No pressure here in the backcourt by the U.S. squad. Team Georgia trying to connect some steam. Working off the pick. Oh, trying to hit that backdoor cut, and it was tipped. Ball will go back to the U.S. Full court pressure, no doubt, as Team Georgia looks to try to create a turnover. Nice job working off of that screen. Yet another foul here in the backcourt. The ball will go back to Team Georgia. See if they can garner something offensively off of the turnover here. Loose ball on the floor. And there's Green off of the fast break and the turnover. Balance says he was being tracked down, Kevin Green, by Ahmed Saraf. to maintain possession of the basketball and finish on that play. Foul before the shot. Oh, off the fast break, U.S. cannot convert. But no basket before that. Great sportsmanship there. Foul on the play before the basket. Ball will go back over to Team Georgia. United States lead here in the second quarter of play against Team Georgia. Ball is tipped. And we'll go back to Georgia. Babanashvili will inbound it once we resume play. Didzy not happy with the call on the play, though the ball does come back to Team Georgia. The lefty release is just a little bit off. Green with the rebound, trying to look up court. Quickness of Kevin Green here as he gets to the middle of the floor, goes to the outside, and a nice job controlling and getting to the bucket on the play. Brett Garlick with his first two of the game. Take a look at the replay. Great job by Green to get to the middle of the flow. And the Garlick finishes on his first opportunity. Team Georgia taking a timeout here to discuss and try to slow up this United States squad that is just been on fire shooting. 75% shooting on the game right now. Showing their versatility on the floor. Team Georgia will have 3 games on the day. This is their first of 3. 14 games total in mixed basketball, pool play A, pool play B.
USA 18, Georgia 4.
And the United States will have 4 total games on this first day of wheelchair basketball competition. This is the main court at Merker Spiel-Arena. here in Dusseldorf, Germany. So glad you could join us to start your day on day number 3 of action here at 2023, the Invictus game. .334 to go in this second quarter of play. They do play 4 quarters. United States jumped out to a 12-4 lead in the first quarter of play. They are off to a 6-0 run here in the second. And off to the timeout. Georgia will inbounds the ball. For that backdoor cut, that ball is tipped away and up ahead. Ehrlich with the ball, he'll wait for some teammates to come back. Ehrlich holding, weaving through the defense, and a foul called on the play. And he will head to the free throw line. The chairs tied up there with Ehrlich trying to make his move to the paint, so the athletes will readjust their wheelchairs before Ehrlich will take his free throw opportunity. Good job off the first shot. That's his first opportunity, 1 for 1 on the day from the foul line. And also 1 for 1 from the floor. Make that 1 for 2. And the United States with a 15-point lead. Great outlet off of the miss. Let's see if Georgia can get one here. No, that shot is off. They get their own rebound, but unable to hold on. And off of the turnover, that ball will go back to the United States. Great effort by Babanashvili as he was driving the lane and just a little bit too hard off that back iron, trying to guard and control the effort as both athletes falling to the floor. And then the quick outlet the opposite way, Kevin Green finishes. Green is now 4 for 4 in shooting from the floor. Great job in just getting to the bucket. Actually, the call that waved that shot off. Wave that shot and bucket off. The ball will go back to Team Georgia. Green off the short shot. Green thinking about taking it to the hoop, and a foul called on the play. For a glimmer of a second, he had Anthony Smith there, who was cutting to the basket. Decided to hold on. Foul was called. U.S. inbounding here. Time winding down here in the second quarter of play. Oh, great pass. And the finish by the United States squad. That's Anthony Smith, who's entered the game for the United States. Green being unselfish, and Smith for the easy 2 off the glass. McKizzy.
I love it! I love it!
Kevin Green is a rebound machine. And also taking control, count it. And heading to the free throw line off of the main bucket is Brent Gerlich once again. Very unselfish play. Certainly there by Kevin Green.
Garlic from the free throw line. Garlic makes it 3.
The United States. Georgia looking for their first 2 buckets here as the defense for the United States has really clamped down. Sharov, no option there. However, Rizzi looking baseline. He has an opportunity for a shot and convert. Rita with the first 2 points of the second quarter for Team Georgia. Nicely done. He was extremely patient with defense in the hands all around him on that play. There's the patience of baseline. Not taking that little puff of breath there. And that patience is the difference in making the bucket. 24-6 now as the United States will inbound. Second and third chance opportunities.
Into the second period, USA 24, Georgia 6. Let's make some noise, Düsseldorf, for our competitors.
Rita heading to the sideline, all smiles for the U.S. squad right now is they won that quarter 12-2 to take this 24-6 lead. The United States, the reigning champions, the gold medalists here at Invictus Games. Again, this is pool play action. In pool play A, Team USA will have 4 games. Team Georgia will have 3 games on the day. The USA, Georgia, France, Team Unconquered number 2, and New Zealand, all in pool play A. Group B consists of Team Unconquered 1, the United Kingdom, the Ukraine, Canada, and Australia. Georgia Armed Forces were established back in 1991. Their independence was declared existent at approximately 37,000 active personnel. They've been participating in peacekeeping missions ever since. When the U.S. coalition in Iraq, International Security Assistance Forces operation in Afghanistan. They've been a part of the Invictus community since the inaugural games back in London back in 2014 and continue to play an active role in the Invictus community. Same can be said for Team USA, no doubt about it. They have been a part of the games since its inception as well.
Let's welcome back our competitors.
And of course, this is the 6th edition of the Invictus Games.
Make some noise, Düsseldorf!
We're at the half between Georgia and the United States. Team Georgia will inbounds the basketball to start this third quarter of action. And out of the break, unselfish play and a turnover. Unfortunately, as Ahmed Sharov with the turnover on the play, ball going quickly back to the United States. And some room to move up the court. Garlic shot is off. With the basketball on the tip from the United States, we'll go back to Georgia. Great movement to the hoop by Gerlich, but there you see the tip on the play from underneath. One of the many great cameras we have set up for you here at Merker Spiel-Arena. The main court for the day's of activities of game number 1 of the day between the United States and Georgia here at the Invictus Games 2023. Oldinger with the rebound. Here's Green, the speedy Kevin Green. Up the floor, nothing's there, he brings it back out. On the turnover, Fajito. Nice job up ahead, and again, nothing there as Green got back. Kimadazi decided to bring it back out to the top of the key. Avanashvili didn't have a spot to pass it to. And a hold on the play. If we can pick it up here off of the replay. Backside. Gerlich was trying to go for that block. It was there. And off of that, Gerlich at the free throw line. Gerlich first shot is short. Brent, retired specialist in the Army, and the second one is good. 25-6, the United States. They have led throughout. First quarter lead of 12-4. Second quarter, 12-2. Oh, great feed down low. And a super finish off of a nice pass inside. Marcus Garrett finishing on that play. You can see what Kevin Green is looking at. A little backdoor cut by Garrett to finish. 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Day 1 of competition. In wheelchair basketball, a full day of activities here in competition at Invictus Games 2023. Nice job in the finish. Renizzi with the finish on the play. Green. Matched up with Custer Dizzy. Garrett's shot is off, but Green with the rebound. 15th opportunity for the United States squad. Oh, and a turnover. Gerlich adjusts. It goes high off the glass. Off of the turnover. 29-8 now, United States. Oh, fade away. Now, off of the turnover. Brent with no one around him. And Gerlich with another 2. Squad now 14 for 17 on 2-pointers. And also shooting 82% on the game. Wheels in motion. The United States squad now up 33-8 off of the turnover. solid team cohesiveness and unselfish play, as Team Georgia has had their hands full. 9-2 scoring advantage for the U.S. squad here in this third quarter of play, with 3:15 to go. Coach Hannah Walker and the U.S. squad looking over the depth that they have to be able to make the various substitutions.
Let's clap along, Düsseldorf.
David Davlish Dizzy also talking to his squad here. 3:10 to go in the third quarter of play from Merker Spiel-Arena here in Düsseldorf.
Let's go. Welcome back, our competitors, USA and Georgia.
United States and Georgia coming out of the timeout. And the U.S. will inbound the basketball and bring it the length of the floor off this timeout of play. We'll just set something up. Trying to work a couple of pick and pops here from the top of the key. A great defensive coverage by Team Georgia. And nicely done. Well, that's Lily with the rebound and the outlet. Ceremonies. Good movement of the basketball by Team Georgia. Unfortunately, unable to come away with a bucket on the play. That was probably one of their best moves by Team Georgia down the floor with movement of the basketball. And the United States taking advantage as Ceremonies had gone down. To immediately go to the bucket for David Martinez. Convert off of the fast break. Was able to drive the lane very easily for the easy bucket. Martinez, retired Master Sergeant, U.S. Special Operations Command. In Georgia working hard here as we approach 2 minutes to go. Great job on the patience by Team Georgia and the squad. They're finishing. The 2 on that play, 35-10 now, Team USA. USA looking to try to get to the opposite way. McManus' shot is tipped by Ceremonies. Gets back in the hands of the United States player. Back to Ceremonies, and here comes Team Georgia. 1:37 to go in the third quarter. And a traveling violation called, unfortunately. A turnover, the basketball will go back to Team USA. They're these two shot is off and the outlet. Little extra pass of the basketball by Team USA. Danielle Fathoff. Her first 2 points of the Invictus Games 2023. Unselfish, very unselfish play by Team USA. 37-10 as we are under 45 seconds to go in this third period. reversal not happening on that play as Gerald Blakely brings it back now, 17 seconds. Georgia has one last opportunity here. Can they get up the score quickly? And unfortunately, Abnashvili unable to hold on to the basketball. So 4.9 seconds left. And the U.S. will decide just to hold the ball, let the quarter play out. And the United States, winning that quarter 13-4, to take a 37-10 lead after 3 quarters of play here in Pool Play A, game number 1 of the day between the United States and Georgia.
From Georgia and USA.
to 10. Your final, you see the great job by both squads. Sportsmanship awry. And Group A, the United States victorious with a 37-10 victory over Team Georgia. Pool play number 8. These teams will play multiple games on the day. The United States squad trying to hold on to their reigning gold medal here in day number 1 of basketball action from the Invictus Games 2023.
Number 25, Greece. Number 74, Frederick. And your starting 5 for Team Unconquered. Number 1, Claire Gibson. Number 2, Michael Evans. Number 6, William Pitaka. Number 13, Matthew Barker. And number 18, Karen Fuller.
Number 4 there is William Pizarka. He was certainly one to watch in the wheelchair rugby. Let's see.
So it's time for our first game here on field 1 today for the wheelchair basketball. It's time to get behind the teams and get behind the action. Let's hear it for France! And let's hear it for Team Unconquered!
Players heading to the centre for the tip-off. Who will win the tip-off? Lots of support for these teams here. Friends and family and fans of wheelchair basketball. Lots of volunteers in to support also. The Unconquered team made up of competitors from the USA and the UK. All very talented players. Let's see how they play together. And tip-off won by the French. And a first attempt there by number 24, Jean-Pierre. Just missing out. Comes William Zarka of Team Unconquered. And the tall figure there in the middle, the number. Oh, just misses that one. Good defence there, picked up by number 24, Jean-Pierre. And swivels round, bouncing. into the middle, dribbling the ball up towards the other end of the court, trying to find the pass and the shot here from number 8, Jean-Charles. We throw the 2 shots here for Team France. Teams getting into the defensive positions. Can France get on the scoreboard here? Two shots here for the number 8 for Jean-Charles. Shot and a rebound, remember. Here he goes. And it's the first basket. Yep, first basket of this game against Team Unconquered from Jean-Charles. It's a throw in for Team Unconquered, but in good interception there. Very good interception by Jean-Pierre. That's number 13 for Team Unconquered, Denise Medina. He's just trying to get into position here. She's trying to find somewhere to pass the ball. Or is she going to have a go? No, just stretched too far for her teammate there. It was the right idea. It's got to be high enough to stop that arm coming up in that interception, but then can't be too high. So France begin to build again. Jean-Pierre making his way up the court. Is he going to have a go? He really is a powerful figure, finding his way into the air. And did he find the basket? Nope, not on this occasion. Team Unconquered trying to move quickly here and up the court to find William Bizarca. Denise Medina, oh, she couldn't quite control it there, but French number 74 picks up Frederic. Jean-Pierre really running things. What a pick up there from him. Those big hands clasping the ball. There was an infringement there. So just the 1 point so far for France in this opening pool game. Trying to find number 18 there, Gareth Fuller. So there we go, just the one basket, just the 1 point for France. So into the middle to Jean-Pierre. Controlling the wheelchair really well and muscling his way in, and the basket, yes! Here we go for France. Number 25, Brice. On the break here, France. Number 8, Jean-Charles, he's got time, and he makes the basket. Really well done. He caught the ball cleanly there, didn't he? And made his way up, really speedily up that court. And he had time to really make sure that counted, and it absolutely did. Good score for France. Key player in their team. Who's going to pick this one up? There is a clash there. And the loose ball is found. And oh, it spills out the hands of Gareth Fuller. Gareth Fuller from the UK. Just checking what happened with the other referee. And the ball does go to Team Unconquered and Gareth Fuller. Still in this first period, this opening pool game, and France with the advantage, 3-0 at the moment. Again, number 24, Jean-Pierre. Oh, just catches the top lip. Another go. Who's going to pick it up? And it's Team Unconquered who get it. Good defence there. Looking for number 18 again, Gareth Fuller. Can't quite find him. An interception by Jean-Pierre. And Jean-Charles rather. Another basket for France. Picking up that interception and into the net for France. So 7-0 to France after this first period of action. And they have really looked the stronger team, and especially Jean-Pierre and Jean-Charles really making the difference. There he is. Put a lot into that first period. So Team Unconquered with a little bit to do in this second period. Coach there, Sania Mel Atalati. Must be reasonably happy with the way this team has performed so far. It's a strong lineup, this French team. So 7-0 to France, 7-0 as they prepare for the second period.
It's time to welcome our teams back onto the court. Let's make some noise for Team France and the team unconquered.
So back underway in this second period. France against Team Unconquered in Pool A, and again forcing his way into position. Jean-Pierre, strong, tall figure. Team Unconquered now building from the back with the bounce pass, the low bounce pass, trying to find number 18 Gareth Fuller. Is he going to have a go here? Yes, he is. Number 25, Brice. Not quite managing there, and scramble for the ball there. And yep, Jean-Pierre is not letting that one go, is he? And time to accurately get it into the basket. 2 more points for France. 9-0 now. He really does get everywhere, Jean-Pierre, doesn't he? And the passing for Team Unconquered just not working out. Can't get those clean passes, but they have the ball now. Let's see what Michael Evans can do with this. And it's back to the referee. Number 8, Jean-Charles. Here's Jean-Charles for France. Deciding whether to give it a go, but passing to his teammate. Finding his teammate, just trying to get into the best position. Number 99 picking it up, Manuel. From a free throw counts for 1 point, and a goal from the 2-point field goal area is 2 points. So anything from play. A bit of a wayward throw there from Team Unconquered. Goal also from the 3-point field goal area counts for 3 points, but France mainly scoring from that 2-point field goal position. And here they go again. Number 8 this bounces off the edge, and Jean-Pierre picks up. He really does not fancy ever letting that ball go, does he? Wrestling into position. So 24 seconds to complete an attempt to score a basket, remember, so we have a bit of time. Here goes Jean-Pierre going with a long throw outside that area, and the close-up one now from Jean-Charles. Good block there from Team Unconquered. So building from the back now. 9-0 to France. Team unconquered. Can they get on that score sheet? Denise Medina making her way into that area. She's just making sure they get that clean pass. Number 18 trying it over. He was going to give that a go, wasn't he, Gareth Fuller? And sometimes it worked, but on the break here, Jean-Pierre with time under the basket and into the basket. 2 points for Jean-Pierre of France on the break, and time to measure the throw and claim the basket for France. 9-0 now to Team France in this first pool game. Oh, and it's a long effort from outside. That would have been the 3 points, but just misses. Good interception there from Michael Evans of Team Unconquered. Finds his teammate, William Pizarra. And Evans is desperately trying to find a teammate to get it to. He finds it along the ground. Gareth Fuller to Denise Medina. Just trying to find a way into position. Decent effort from Michael Evans, just not quite there, but beginning to make a bit more of a surge forward and looking more likely to scoring. But right now it's France on the break again with this man, Jean-Charles. Bounce pass to his teammate Jean-Pierre. Jean-Pierre forcing his way in and under the basket, but a good block there from Team Unconquered. Just over a minute and a half of this second period to go. And France in a very commanding position indeed. 11-0 now in this second period. And the ball heads out. Number 12, Suleiman, finds his teammate, just bouncing and dribbling towards the goal area. Oh, and the fumble there, couldn't quite catch it cleanly. Jean-Charles, under a minute to go now.
We're in within the final minute again, this time of the second period.
Can there be one final chance here for Team Unconquered in this opening pool game? France leading 11-0. Unconquered find Michael Evans.
Number 6. Chris Ansler makes his way.
Gareth Fuller, can he make this one count? No, he can't. There was a chance there.
Very close for Team Unconquered.
Not far away. Team France. Very dominant in this opening game. A swivel there from Frederic as he makes his way into the... Couldn't beat the buzzer with that final shot. So 11-0.
We need plenty more noise here on Field 1 as part of our games this morning. So let's see who's here and awake today. Who's here supporting?
The players have a couple of minutes now. Interval here. And I'm sure the coach will be very happy with how things are going with Team France. That man has been instrumental there, hasn't he? Number 24, Jean-Pierre, as has this player, Jean-Charles. We go to this third and final period. Team Unconquered looking a little bit more like it in that second period. I'll be thinking be a bit more accurate with our throwing and passing. A few wayward passes, but showing plenty of energy. And certainly plenty of determination and enthusiasm. It's an abundance in this team.
So it's time to welcome our teams back out onto the court for the third and final period of this preliminary game. Let's hear it again.
So will France build on that lead even further? Will Team Unconquered get on the score sheet? They haven't played together too much, these competitors from Team Unconquered, but they know their wheelchair basketball and they'll know their own strengths and the strengths of their teammates. So this is the third and final period of this first pool game between France and Team Unconquered 2. There is another Team Unconquered 1 in the other group in Pool B. So switch sides. We would pass there, number 74, Frederic picks it up for France, and they head towards the other end and looking very dangerous indeed. And the rebound and picked up. Oh, and it's in by number 8, Jean-Charles. 2 points. Takes it to 13-0 now. Team Unconquered building from the back, getting themselves into the area, looking for the pass. Is he going to throw? Can't get past France, can't get past Frederic. And look at the energy and the speed now of Jean-Charles towards the other end, into the basket. It goes, or does it? Yes, it does. On the break there. And when that man gets it, it's pretty much, he had time, not quite getting it with the first attempt, but the second, and into the basket for 2 points. Players always trying to get into position, blocking, tactical blocking, trying to prevent the shot, trying to prevent the passes, getting those blocks in. And that French defence doing that really, really well. Michael Evans picks up though. Unconquered. Tall figure there of Frederic, and the strong figure as well, bouncing to his teammate Jean-Charles. Back to Frederic, he's going to have a go, isn't he? Not quite. Team Unconquered pick up through Gareth Fuller. The bounce pass to his teammate Michael Evans. Both from the UK. Yep, not managing the shot in the time. France's ball. France 15-0 now. William Bizarka from Team Unconquered doing a good job of the blocking there. Here comes Jean-Pierre. Jean-Pierre, one-handed pass to the basket to his teammate. Well played. Frederic doing great work in defence and finishing off the move there.
As they make their way down the court, looking for each other to try and advance the ball. Let's show some support to both teams.
Nice bounce pass to his teammate William Bizarka. Denise Medina picking up, she's back on court. She's going for the basket. Oh, such a good effort there. Now she has to get back into defence because a break for Jean-Pierre and France. Here he comes, he's got time to settle himself, not quite. The rebound and the pick up from number 71, and a third attempt. Is it going to go in this time? It doesn't. This time, yes it does. He shakes his head, finally, says Jean-Pierre. All the while, Team Unconquered trying to block. Fourth attempt there, into the basket. And France 19-0 now. The crowd urging on Team Unconquered. Desperately trying to find a way through this very strong French defence. And just going for it there. Because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Big smiles from Gareth Fuller. France's ball again though, and every time they get it you just fear they're going to look at the strength again, pushing forward, and he's back up, he's over it, but he's up again. High fives with the opposition. I'm done. Just reversing into his opponent there. Tactical blocking does happen in this game, and it's very effective at times. Making his way up, Jean-Pierre so good at getting into those positions, isn't he? Good catch there from his teammate Frederic. And here's the shot from Frederic. Not quite that time. Oh. Not down for long, back up again. All good to go. And a round of applause there. Just a stop and play here. Great effort by France in this first pool game, looking very good indeed. That 19-0 scoreline so far with just a couple of minutes to go. France on the attack, finding Jean-Pierre. Jean-Pierre finding his teammate number 25. Brice secures the basket and takes his team to 21 points. Nicely done. A pat on the back from the opposition there. Really good throw, really good basket for Brice. Team Unconquered go again. The other end, just making sure they're in a decent enough position for the throw. Not far away, good effort there from Team Unconquered. This French team have just been too good on this occasion, especially this player, Jean-Pierre. Just a minute or so to go in this game. Emmanuel Heading towards the basket to his teammate, and it's into the basket. Another 2 points. Number 25, Brice. On the move in the wheelchair there, and a really good basket. One more chance maybe for Team Unconquered here. Can they beat the buzzer? Can they get the basket? Can they score? Not quite. Picked up again by Team France and Jean-Pierre. Catches the wheelchair there. Is there a break here for Team Unconquered perhaps? But the ball heads out. 23-0 and the time running out. And here goes the buzzer. And it's a victory for Team France in this opening game. What a performance by them. Very, very, very good performance. Clinical finishing. Great teamwork and passing. And lots of smiles out there. Really enjoyable game to watch. But it's a 23-0 win for Team France over Team Unconquered. And they'll feel good to get one game under their belt and a victory. This was a really, really good score from number 25, Brice. Moving and elegantly placed with that throw into the basket. Team Unconquered, full of energy and determination, but just didn't have enough for this French team to challenge this French team on this occasion. They'll move on to their next game, as will France. And these two teams in Pool A.
Let's make some noise one more time there for Team France.
And they'll have enjoyed playing together with friends from the United States and the United Kingdom getting together in this team. Big smiles all round. They'll go and have a debrief and see what they can improve on for their next game. This man was instrumental, wasn't he, in the success of this French team. Rarely missed. Jean-Charles, and swapping flags and pins. That's so good to see in the spirit of Invictus. Just wonderful to watch. The friendship, the connections, the relationships, the camaraderie between all these competitors at the Invictus Games. Memories and moments will be there forever. Claire Gibson there of Team Unconquered. Flag, French flag from the French opposition. Big smiles all round in both teams. Crowd enjoying the action too.
Welcome back to the Invictus Games 2023 in Dusseldorf, Germany. Wheelchair basketball, day number 1 of wheelchair basketball action. Day number 3 of the Invictus Games 2023. Team Unconquered number 1. Taking on the United Kingdom here in preliminary action, Pool Play B action. There are 2 pools in this Invictus Games 2023. These 2 teams participating in this match will be playing in Pool B along with the Ukraine, Canada, and Australia. Multiple games on the docket for both of these squads. as now the United Kingdom entering Merker Spiel-Arena here with a large round of applause as they come to midcourt alongside their competition team unconquered #1 and the officials all meeting at midcourt. Great to see both teams on the floor. Again, this is Pool Play B. Pool Play A, there are a total of 14 games between the two pools on the day, and a rounding standing ovation for both teams as they meet at mid-court. A wonderful moment for both squads. Looking up at the stand, seeing their friends and family share an emotional moment for the team as they are recognized at mid-court. And also a kudos to the officials as well, being selected to umpire and officiate the games as well. Certainly an honor for them as players are being announced one by one, recognized on the court amongst their friends and family.
Starting 5, United Kingdom, at #1, Rusbrid.
Take the time to listen to the United Kingdom roster right now.
#7, Jules Allen. #8, in captain, David Argyle. #13, Matt Tree. Your starting 5, United Kingdom.
Things set to go here. They play 3 periods of action. It moves fast. 8 minutes for each period, each quarter. Final high fives at mid-court. Sportsmanship displayed, great sportsmanship displayed throughout the Invictus games, no matter what sport you're watching, no matter who you're rooting for. Certainly have to love the camaraderie between the athletes in the competition. Wheelchair basketball, though, was first played back in 1945 at a war veteran hospital back in the United States. And it really emerged from there. The game is played at 16-5. Athletes with and without impairment can play together in the court. And it's a mixed gender. We will see females and males on the floor at the same time. It's not on characteristics. There are no minimum requirements for men and women on the team. The final conversations. There are little nerves there by the United Kingdom squad fans up in the stands, out in full force, as the teams get set to take the floor. Team Unconquered 1 will be in the dark jerseys, black dark jerseys, and the United Kingdom will be wearing the red jerseys today. One last opportunity in the huddle for the United Kingdom squad. They get a little bit more time before heading out onto the floor. Three periods of action. These are the preliminaries of Group B. Merker Spiel-Arena, the center court of action. United Kingdom breaking the huddle and now headed out to the floor. All competitors are assigned a point value between 1 and 3, depending on their abilities. And the sportsmanship displayed as we are set to tip here for Pool Play B. Slicing and Matt Trigg for the United Kingdom, and we're underway. Pool play B with Team Unconquered winning the tip. Oh, nice job. Little backdoor shovel there on the pass. Quick movement up for Collier. Oh, and cannot handle the basketball. Turnover, Team Unconquered picking it up, looking ahead. Opportunity, little fast break. Can they track it down? No. Right idea, though. And the ball goes back to the United Kingdom. Feet inside, the shot is short by Trigg. Got back quickly on defense, trying to protect any opportunity for Team Unconquered to come away with a fast break bucket in transition. Teams trying to settle in. Rustrier gives it up now. Argyle with a shot deep. Actually looked like a pass. Shot is off, but the offensive rebound and the putback is there. It's short. Racing with the defensive rebound and the outlet. Foul called on the floor before the shot, so that will come back out. Argyle with the hold. David's first. And Team Unconquered will inbound the basketball underneath. See if we could pick it up again, as Team Unconquered was really trying. There you see the quick foul there. Shot is off as we get back to live action. Trigg trying to move up the floor. Oh, great job on the interception and anticipation by Team Concord. Neubauer in the lane. Patience by Team Unconquered. And a foul called on the floor. Trigg picking up the foul. See if we can pick it up. Right just before that pass inside. Matt Trigg got his hand on it. So that's Matt's first. Second chance opportunity for Team Unconquered, and they are on the board. Patience off the offensive rebound. Team Unconquered won with a 2-0 lead here in the first period of play. A little fast break going the opposite direction. As the United Kingdom did a nice job getting back there. 3 red jerseys clamoring down, but a foul called on the play. Henry at the free throw line, shooting 2. .24 to go in this first period of play. They'll play 3/4 the period. Outlet there. practicing trying to come away with a turnover. Just caught the arm instead of the ball. You can see it on the replay, knew it right away, and was a good sport about it. Immediately went in and said, hey, my bad. United Kingdom looking for their first 2 points of this game. Team Unconquered 1 will also take on the Ukraine a little bit later, as well as Australia. The United Kingdom also taking on the Ukraine today. They only have 2 games today. They'll play 2 more tomorrow. So a little bit easier path for the United Kingdom today, with only 2 games on the docket. Team Unconquered 1 will play 3 in this pool play B, as you see a replay and a nice swish off of that easy, what made it look easy, shot and release. And it's Taising now 1-for-1 shooting from the floor, and a 4-0 lead here with about 3 minutes to go in this first period of play, and Team Unconquered #1 with a 4-0 lead. Ball will go back to them as they look to take it the length of the floor. Timeout. And we have a timeout on the floor.
So we clap it along in the crowd.
3:04 to go in this first period of play. Ali Russell talking with his United Kingdom squad, the fans. The Netherlands, you see the fans of the Netherlands there. They took home the silver the last Invictus games, waiting in the wings. The United Kingdom fans as well, just having a ton of fun here at Merker Spiel-Arena. Day #1 of wheelchair basketball activity, day #3 of the games. 14 games total between Pool B and Pool A on this day. Most of the teams playing at least 2 games, some playing 3, some playing 4. It depends on where they have fallen in the pool play. But this is pool play B.
United Kingdom.
Players breaking out of the huddle. We're just about set to go out of the timeout. 3:03 to go in this first period of play, quarter of play. Looking for a cutter down low, loose ball on the floor. And off of the rebound, oh, they can't get it to fall. Frustration there a little bit, certainly. That was a really good look off of that second chance opportunity. Just kind of hung and fell off the rim. Great cut back inside. Let's see if the United Kingdom can get anything out of it. Loose ball back on the floor, turnover. Back and forth we go. 1:35 roughly to go in this first quarter of play. Argyle for the baseline. Oh, the shot is off. United Kingdom really has had some solid good looks. It's got to be a little bit frustrating for them. doing a good job here trying to create a turnover and go in the opposite direction. Good denial of that basketball. Four 0. Team Unconquered 1. Close in on a minute to play in this first quarter of action. See the differential between the shot clock and the game clock there. We're going to bring that back. The game clock continue to run just a little bit. A timeout called as Team Unconquered looking to try to set something up here with plenty of time left. Bit of a differential between the shot clock and the game clock. Jim Dom's the head coach of Team Unconquered 1. David Argyle speaking with his teammates in the huddle, as well on the flip side for the United Kingdom.
Let's make some noise, Düsseldorf, for our two teams.
We'll play B. We're watching the action, and the fans are out supporting their squad and supporting all the athletes here at Invictus Games 2023 in Düsseldorf. So glad you could join us from wherever you are around the world. And out of the timeout. Ivan, and the putback is there. Ball's alive. Third chance opportunity rolls out. And the ball tipped away. Argyle picks it up, working hard. The dish. And nicely done in the lane. And the finish by Matt Briggs. First 2 points of the game for the United Kingdom. And what a finish to that first period of play. The United Kingdom has to be happy with themselves there. Great anticipation and going to the hoop, and the finish for the final two. 4-2 after 1 period of play. United Kingdom hanging tough through the frustrations of not being able to get a couple of hoops that certainly looked like solid shots that were just screaming out on them in that first period. So they came back within 2 as the teams go into their huddles to prepare for period number 2 of 3 in this full play action.
We're going to bounce, hands out. Put your hands in front of you and bounce, bounce, bounce. Are we ready? Are you ready? Are you? One more time. Are you ready? Let's try that again. Are you ready? Come on, make some noise. All right, bounce. All the way to the back, bounce. All right, slowly raise your hands. Raise your hands up, raise your hands up. All the way to the top. All the way to the top. Let's go, clap. Here we go again. Clap your hands. Let's keep that noise, Düsseldorf. Let's welcome back our two teams.
Teams breaking the huddle and on the floor to start this period number 2 of 3 between the United Kingdom and Team Unconquered number 1. From Merker Spiel-Arena, day 3 of Invictus Games 2023, day 1 of wheelchair basketball competition. The countries are divided into 2 pools, Pool A and B. This is a Pool B game between the United Kingdom in the red jerseys and Team Unconquered 1 in the black jerseys. Team Unconquered 1 leading 4-2. Nice cut and dart to the hoop. Second chance opportunity is there. And a foul called. Nope, no foul called, and off the turnover, the ball will go back to the United Kingdom. United Kingdom has had some great looks early on in the game. Unfortunately, the ball would not drop, but it really was a super flurry and tenacity to end that first period of play, which allowed them to get a basket just about at the buzzer. And the reason, as that foul was called on the floor, the reason that we are sitting at 4-2. David Argyle with the pass. And once again, unfortunately for the United Kingdom, is James Wren could not get the bucket to fall. Good pass and movement by Team Unconquered. They too unable to catch that rim. The rim's been very unfriendly here in game number 2. Some really good looks and shots by the players. And the bucket just not dropping there. David Argyle with a pass inside. Solid defensive effort, 1 and out for the United Kingdom. Off-balance shot, and the bucket is good. Kevin Koita with the bucket. Great movement to the basketball. He actually had, a little bit of time without anyone guarding him, was able to get in just a little bit more to the elbow of the paint. And now a 6-2 lead by Team Unconquered 1 here with 5:23 to go in this second period of play. Oh, nicely done. Back-to-back buckets by Koita. And an 8-2 lead, a little bit of a run here. Fluid motion, and the basket is good. 8-2 and a 4-0 run to start this second period of play for Team Unconquered. Rebound in the outlet. Good movement of the basketball, very unselfish. Trying to keep that run alive, but 1 and out. Super job on the rebound there by James Wren. 8-2, Team Unconquered 1. United Kingdom looking to drive. Team Unconquered 1 doing a really good job denying the United Kingdom the opportunity to get into the paint. Here's Quickta. He had back-to-back hoops, has a little space, feeling it, releases. Second chance opportunity. The putback is up and good. A 6-0 run here in this second quarter of play. Where Henrich with the bucket. And a 10-2. Team Unconquered 1 lead. Foul called on the play. See if we can pick it up. Jeff trying to deny the basketball as the ball will go back to Team Unconquered 1, and off of the miss, the putback is good. And as they say, who just came into the game, hits the easy 2. And an 8-0 run here in this second period as we are under 2 minutes to go now in the second. This is the largest lead of the game for Team Unconquered 1. Just slightly going out of bounds there as we approach a minute to go here in the second period of play.
Timeout. Team Unconquered.
Timeout called on the floor. You're watching preliminary round pool B action between Team Unconquered 1 and the United Kingdom. Full day of wheelchair basketball action. This is actually the first day of wheelchair basketball here at Invictus Games 2023. Day 3 of the games, day 1 of wheelchair basketball action. Come back out of the floor with 1:08 to go in this second period. Team Unconquered 1 will inbound the basketball. 16 seconds on the shot clock. Plenty of time to set something up. Quickta, who has 4 points already in this game. He scored a little bit of a run for Team Unconquered #1. United Kingdom with the inbound pass. Running the length of the floor. Under 20 to go now in this second period. The dish inside. And off of the rebound, foul called on the floor. Ball will come back with 7.1 seconds left in this second period. Plenty of time for the United Kingdom to set something up. Off the rim. 1.3 seconds to go. And unfortunately the shot is off, and that will do it. In this second period of play, Team of Concord 1 holding United Kingdom scoreless in that period. 8-0 run in that second period alone to take a 12-2 lead after 2 periods of play. Concord 1 has to be feeling pretty good about themselves right now. They have played some pretty unselfish basketball, gotten a lot of players involved. Solid shooting. In the first 2 quarters of play, they took a 4-2 lead after 1. United Kingdom, you know, they've had their opportunities. The ball just hasn't. It's been certainly a little bit frustrating for them. They've had some very good luck. Balls have rimmed out. And Koika there, who had back-to-back hoop, number 4 in black for Team of Concord 1. It was really the spur of that second quarter. He scored 4 of the team's 8 points in that second quarter of play. Pool Play B, Team of Concord 1, United Kingdom, Ukraine, Canada, and Australia making up that preliminary round in Pool Play B. Group A preliminary round, United States, France, Team of Concord 2, Georgia, and New Zealand. As we start the third period of play. Team of Concord 1 with the basketball. Ball going out of bounds. We'll go back to the United Kingdom. Gary Collier looking for a cutter. Oh, and the tip basketball, nice done, nice hands there. As Freer's pass was intercepted. Pick off here, Green. In his wheelchair, and that was one of the reasons why you saw the stoppage of play was actually off of your screen. The ball goes back to the United Kingdom. 6:30 to go here in this third period of play. Turnover and picked up by Team Unconquered 1. Koika with 4 points already. The outlet pass ahead. And the rebound and the putback can't get it to fall. Loose ball, and it will go to Team Unconquered 1. when things are going good and rolling good, they continue to roll, and they do here in this third period for Team Unconquered 1. Koika using a nice pick in the quick screen. Nice job at the elbow off of that screen. Koika with 6 points now in this game in a 14-2 lead for Team Unconquered 1. You can see it right there on the replay. Good job off the screen. Give his teammate Hallett credit on that play. In and out off of the turnover. Argyle looking ahead, denied. And a tip ball, it does go back to Team Unconquered 1. Koika taking some time off the clock here as they'll look to set something up. Look for that good shot. Taking a little extra time off. The clock rolls in and out. Boy, that has been the story of the basket down at that end of the floor. Let's see if the United Kingdom can come away with something off of the turnover. Unable to. This Merker comes down with a rebound and the outlet. That's Dylan. Repko puts it up. Can't get it to fall. That was a good look and gathered in by Paul Hartley. Hartley with the outlet. Marga looking for some options up the floor. Dumps it inside to Ross Freer. Fades back. A difficult shot over 3 defenders. And Ross with the bucket. Look at how tough. 3 defenders right out. All hands. All over him. Face focused. Hangs in there. And gets the nice swish. Goes to the free throw line. He can cut this game into single digits. With 3:32 to go in the third period. Great effort by Ross Freer there. A little bit of time actually to kind of take a breath. You can see he had 3 players hanging all over him. All hands in the air, and Ross had the patience of mind. Take that extra breath. Make the bucket. And now have an opportunity at the free throw line to finish the play. Score, but a great effort there. 14-4, 3:27 to go. And the United Kingdom is going to get this basketball back. See if they can mount something on this play. Unable to, as Team Unconquered 1 surrounding the basket off of the shot to make it a 1 and out. And off the rebound. Here they come down the lane. Second chance opportunity goes to Rye. And the defensive rebound is in. Argyle looking for some help on the outlet. Nothing is there. He takes it himself. Rebound. Wren has it knocked away. Good job by getting back. Jules Allen, he can't run it down. And the ball will go back to Team Unconquered. 1.
Timeout to Unconquered.
Timeout called on the floor with 2:09 to go in this one. These two teams aren't done yet on the day. And the Conquered one also has a match with Ukraine a little bit later on, as well as one with Australia. The United Kingdom will also take on Ukraine today. They only have 2 matches on the day, which will bode well for them. They will play their other 2 tomorrow. They'll take on Canada and Australia tomorrow. This pool play action. Pool play B is made up of Ukraine, Canada, Team Unconquered 1, United Kingdom, and Australia. Preliminary round Group A is the United States, France, Team Unconquered 2, Georgia, and New Zealand. Teams back out on the floor with 2:09 to go in this third period of play. And United Kingdom will inbound basketball. Stingy defense all game long by Team Unconquered 1. Ross Freer looking to get that shot off. He can't. Ball goes back in the hand of Jules Allen. Allen with the pass to Argyle down low. Shot is short. Falls off baseline. There's Allen up top, behind the arc, in a hold, and the ball will stay with United Kingdom off of the foul. 24 seconds on the shot clock, under a minute to go in this third period. .9 seconds to go. United Kingdom in possession of the basketball. They have been faced with a tough defense from Team Unconquered 1, as David Argyle will inbound the ball. Rebound gathered in by Mandy Graff. Koika up ahead. Spilling inside to Graff. Difficult shot to try to drop. Unfortunately could not get it. Outlet to the United Kingdom. Shot clock is off. Under 20 seconds to go in this game.
and a foul called on the play. Picking up the foul. Attempt goes first. Game winding down here. In full play B. Dominant from Team Unconquered 1 from start to finish. Holding the United Kingdom to just 4 points on the game and to come away with a 14-4 win over the United Kingdom in their first matches of the day in this wheelchair basketball preliminary round. Final result in Group B, 14-4, Team Unconquered 1.
Always an extra special cheer for Ukraine. A very young team here in Düsseldorf. Lots of friends and family have managed to get here to support them.
Number 8, Alexander Lutko. Number 13, Alexander Maguire. Number 15, Veneman Bondacha. Number 16, Dimitro Orlov. And number 17, Sebastian. And now welcome to Canada.
And Team Canada now being introduced to the crowd. And again, lots of support and applause for them.
Patrick Gordon. Number 7, Dion Anderson. Number 10, Michelle Leno. Number 13, number 16,
A variety of backgrounds and ages, and excited about being on this court at the Invictus Games. Massive Canadian support here as well. And I think this is going to be quite an encounter here between these two. Some of the competitors very relaxed and happy. Others look quite nervous and tense. But either way, I'm sure they will have fun out on that court this morning. So Group B, Ukraine against Canada. Three periods of action.
And now to introduce your starting five. Ukraine, number 8, Alexander Lutko. Number 11, Maxime Dindrash. Number 13, Alexander Macaulay. Number 15, Villaman Bondacha. And number 17, Seven.
It's a starting five for Ukraine.
Is number 1, Bernard Cassie. Number 3, Leland Muller. Number 7, Dion Anderson. Number 16, Rory Figliola. And number 24, Robert Gilmore.
And those are the five that will start for Team Canada. We have 4 substitutes that we can bring on. And Dad is out there somewhere taking part for Team Canada. Great to see. Family back home in Canada, I'm sure, will be glued to their screens as well. And whatever happens, whatever the result, these two teams will do their country and themselves and their friends and family proud as well.
It's time to make some noise and bring the energy for our team. Who's here supporting Ukraine? And
So those moments before the start. Some final words. Get that adrenaline pumping. So, as we head for the tip-off between Ukraine and Canada. Who will win this first tip-off? Number 13 there, Alexander Makovai for Ukraine. Number 24, Robert Gilmore for Team Canada. Number 13, Daniel Como. Robert Gilmore, cadet instructor in the Army in Ottawa.
Here we go, it's time for tip-off. And we're underway.
That'll be a Ukraine ball. Canadian ball rather, number 1 there. Cassie. And first attempt on the basket. Unsuccessful. 11, Maxim Dimitrash for Ukraine, finding Alexander Makovai. Looks a very strong player, just passing it to his teammate again. Looking for the pass, back to, he has a go. Oh, it was a decent effort from Makovai. And this time, no, not quite picked up by the Canadian defence. Rebound for them. Long ball to try and find number 24, Robert Gilmore. A strong figure, he puts his hand up, he's looking for the ball. Trying to get the passes in. Number 7, nice low bounce pass for number 1. Finding Gilmore again, back to number 1, Bernard Cassi. Bounces off the wheelchair wheel there and picked up by Ukraine. Good reactive play there, number 15. Number 8, is he going to throw? Is he going to go for it? Number 11 is. And there's Maxim Dimitrash. Canada build from the back again, looking for Rob Gilmore. And in a nice position. Maxim Dimitrash with the ball at the moment. Just doing a swap for a player there. So remember, the blocking. Here's the blocking by number 5 there. Bondan forced the error from Canada. That's number 8, Alexander Budko. And over to his teammate number 5. Oh, and it's in. Bohdan Yerotskis, well done to him. 2 points to Ukraine. Really nice move by the Ukrainian team there. Nice build up. They have 2 points on the board.
Canada keeping the ball. As their captain Dina Buller will pass to the baseline.
Oh, and it's in for Canada. Good response from the Canadian team. And it's the number 7 for Canada. Dion Anderson. Oh, and straight in at the other end. Fantastic basket there from Ukraine. Really beautifully done for Ponomorov of Ukraine. End-to-end stuff here at the moment in this first pool game. Ukraine on the break again. Pulled up. And remember how long you can carry the ball for. Alexander Ponomarov. Number 15, Benjamin Bondarchuk. Ukraine trying to block here, an attempt for 3 points there from Canada. Not quite managing it. Just over 3 minutes to go in this first period, this Pool B game. Ukraine 5, Canada 2 so far. So little to choose between the sides as yet. There's number 5, one of the scorers, Bohdan Yerotskis, to his teammate number 17, Semen Lahun. Teammate makes his way into the area, trying to do some blocking, trying to find his teammate. And he does. Good effort from number 8, Alexander Budko. Bondarchuk picks up for Ukraine. The whistle has gone. Number 6, Patrick Gordon for Canada. Finds his teammate number 6, Patrick Gordon again. Number 10, Michael Béliveau. Stopped in his tracks there, and it looks like it's gone Canada's way here.
And it will be free throws for Canada.
Free throws for the Canadian team. Number 1 point, 3 fours. Foul was against, he will be throwing, that's number 10, like Michel Béliveau. Can he manage it? Oh, just catches the edge. Does get another chance. Can he make this one count here? Get a point on the board for Canada to add to their 2 already there. Here he goes. Oh, another smashing effort, but still not quite. Ukraine pick up with the rebound. Great grab there. Oh, and just a little bit off balance for number 15, Benjamin Bondarchuk. But it was a fantastic grab by him. Good passing here from Ukraine to number 8. Now to number 15 with the shot on the basket. Remember, what's happening off the ball is just as important, the tactical blocking. Ponomarov of Ukraine. Attack again, number 3, Shkiv. Back to Ponomarov, Shkiv again. The ball not finding its way through for Ukraine. Also goes. Another good attack from this young Ukrainian team. Trying to make their way up the court with the bounce. Number 5 with a hefty block there. Sky. The whistle is gone. Ukraine 5, Canada 2. As this first period begins to run out. And that is the end of that first period. Ukraine 5, Canada 2 after this first period. Some brilliant end-to-end action here. Both teams getting into some great positions, but some good defence too from both sides. Coach Paul Bowes there giving some instructions ahead of that second period. Team Ukraine getting a cuddle from William Bizarka ahead of the second period. Just great to see that. Wishing them luck. Teams getting all set for the second period after that interval. Back onto the court. There's number 15 there, Benjamin Bondarchuk for Ukraine. These players have been injured in the Russian invasion and back out here as part of their recovery. Number 5, lovely passing movement there. Final shot for number 5, he has a second go. Bohdan Yarotsky, but unlucky, and a rebound and pick up out of defence from Team Canada. Very experienced team. Number 7 there, Dion Anderson, making his way up the other end. Just not quite picking up Bernard Cassi. And on the break, here's Ukraine. Can he get it before it goes out? No, he can't. Number 17, Semen Lahun. Semen Lahun was a builder who signed up to fight when the Russian invasion happened, and he was severely injured when a landmine exploded. lost his foot, but the surgeon saved it, and training for the games has really helped in his recovery. Great to see him here competing for Ukraine. The basket for Canada. The long ball for number 16. Good effort from Dmitry Polovian, but it misses. Canada pick up. They have possession in the middle of the court. The big burly figure of number 13, Daniel Como. Strong, strong player into position with the attempt on the basket. It misses. Michel Belavo. Ukraine pick up with number 17, Semen Lahun again. Lahun was 4th in the powerlifting earlier on in the week. So a lot of these competitors playing in multiple events here. Couldn't quite pick the pass there. So Ukraine 5, Canada 2 in the second period. Dmitry Polovian gets us back underway, passes to his teammate Lahun. Building from the back, Ukraine. The other players surge forward into position. Is that one going to go in? Not this time. So Ukraine certainly getting plenty of opportunities, but not making these attempts count. And just on the wrong side of his body there, wasn't he? Bernard Cassi couldn't quite catch that. If you get the clean passes, then you do get more chance to think about what you're going to do next. Back on the attack, number 1 for Ukraine. Finds his teammate, the shot by his teammate. Number 16, Dmitry Polovian again. Ukraine rushing back to defend, but it's just too much for Canadian player number 16, Rode Bigliola. Number 16, Dmitry Polovian. Semen Lahun. Number 3, Pavlo Luchkiv. Back on. Back to Lahun. He's going to have an attempt on goal this time. The whistle has gone, but it's a score for Ukraine. The whistle had gone. So, before throw. So there was an infringement, so the free throw from the player and the foul was on. It's number 15, Benjamin Bondarchuk. Take the free throw here. But it does count, those other points do count. Bondarchuk add to them now for Ukraine. Just the 1-3 free throw for the infringement on that occasion. On the rebound, Team Canada. Looking to pass it right over the other side, but good blocking and marking by Ukraine. Who's going to pick it up here?
And an arrow goal by the officials.
It is Canada.
Which goes to Canada.
So 7-2 for Team Ukraine over Canada here in this Pool B game. First Pool B, first game, basketball, wheelchair basketball for both these teams in the Invictus games. Lovely pass there Nice and clean, but couldn't manage the basket. Another attempt. Now for Ukraine picks up the long ball, but picked up by the Canadian defence. Passing really nicely. An opportunity here for Canada, and he makes it. Well played for Michel Béliveau. Here he comes. He had time to really make sure he was as composed as possible. A nice clean basket from Michel Béliveau, captain in the army in Canada. So 7-4 now, and this game really getting going now. Not too much to choose between the two teams. Number 7, Dion Anderson for Canada. He really has been a key player for Ukraine here. Getting the pass in and the basket, not quite. Rebound from Canada and out of defence. Surging to the other end, but good defence. Just catches his opponent there though. Quickly. And Yarotsky was getting back, but caught the wheel. Quick stoppage here. So getting back into his chair. Michel Béliveau. He received a member of the military merit order for his service in 2022. Michel. None the worse for that. Fall there. Ukraine build again. Number 16 is on. That's Dmitry Polovian. That's number 8 now with the attempt on the basket. Not far away. That was Alexander Budko. You can see him in the middle of the park. Budko nearly caught that one, but nice passing play there. Budko. He's only 26 and was working as a barista and was conscripted into the Ukrainian army. He was hit by a shell. He lost both legs. Just not managing these baskets at the moment, Ukraine. Number 8. Second period, it's a 3-point lead for Ukraine, 7-4. There is number 8, Budko. Came on in that second period. He was shifted to a rehabilitation centre after losing his legs and got his first prosthetics that allowed him to walk again. The Invictus game's very much part of his recovery journey. So a couple of minutes break for the interval for the players. Yep, some great action in this second period. A really lovely basket there from number 24, Rob Gilmore. Ukraine coach, Shpuk Danas. Number 5, Bodan Brodsky, looking quite chilled there, doesn't he? Enjoying being out there on court. Team switching up those on court quite a bit. Jan Miller saying, "Go Canada." Jan Miller, number 3 for Team Canada. So 7-4 as we head into this third and final period of this Pool B game. Chinook, number 15 for Ukraine. Gets this third and final period underway. 3-point difference. Nothing really to choose between the two teams. Bondarchuk, the swivel, trying to get into position. He has the attempt on the basket. Catches the edge and rebound from Team Canada. Number 7, key person for this Canadian team, Dion Anderson. Back to Bondarchuk, number 8, going for goal. Budko going for the basket. Figliola from defence finds Bernard Cassie, and the whistle is gone. Bernard Cassie is a captain in intelligence, army officer, also taking part in athletics and cycling here. Maxim Dimitrash to Budko. Budko just looking, bouncing back. Long stretch from Budko. Oh, that one was close. Just so close, nearly dropped for Budko. But not quite. These ones need to start counting. Ball in Canada's hands at the moment. Number 16, Will Figiola. Dimitrish for Ukraine. To Zubov. Just watching which of his teammates are getting into position. These chairs always on the move. I couldn't quite catch it cleanly. Number 13 for Canada, Daniel Camo. Another attempt on the basket. Doesn't work out for Ukraine. So lots of attempts from Ukraine, and from Canada, but this basket's just not dropping. Making sure everyone's in the right position for this free throw because of that infringement on Ukraine. Attempt on the basket, not quite. Let's see how he does with the second one. Just a bit too strong from Maxim Dimitrash. So baskets hard to come by in this third period rather so far. Combination of good defence and throwing not being quite as accurate. Nice passing here from Canada as they head towards the other end. Picked up though by Budko of Ukraine. There he is, the 26-year-old. Was fifth in the powerlifting event earlier on in the week. And that is now Canadian ball. Foul. Infringement by Ukraine. Oh, trying hard to get there before it went out. Rob Gilmore, but not quite managing it. Okay, we just want to get it away from the danger area and up the other end. Finding Budko in the middle of the court. Nice passing there to Bondarchuk. Attempting to get into position. Here he goes, nice passing, and again Bondarchuk to Budko, just couldn't quite get that final ball into the basket. And Canada pick up again with this man, Dion Anderson. Number 6 finds, and this could be a chance. Oh! It was Dion Anderson that started the move, and he hoped he would finish that off, but the final pass not executed. Ukraine pick up to Budko in the middle of the field. Yerotsky, Bondarchuk. That's a turnover there. These players linking really well, these young competitors from Ukraine. Very young team. Just under 2 minutes to go. And Ukraine 7-4. Budko in the middle again, making great progress. Nearly found Bondarchuk. The ball goes out. 3-point lead for Ukraine. This could get quite tense towards the end here. Number 11, Dimitrish, trying to find Bondarchuk. The buzzer goes there in the other game, so don't worry. On the break, Canada here trying really hard to get it. Number 1. Bernard Cassie, but just too far there for the Intelligence Army officer, captain. So just a minute to go in this pool game between Ukraine and Canada. Can Ukraine hang on here? Number 7 is on for Ukraine, that's Maxim Zubov. Ilan Muller urging his team on, urging on Team Canada. Just 3 points behind, remember. Number 24, is he going to go for it? He is. Oh, it was close. It was so close for Bob Gilmore. That might be the last chance. What an effort that was from the cadet instructor from Ottawa. And now, if Ukraine can just hang on to the ball here, for Ukraine. 26 seconds, the clock stops there, it starts again. Over to Budko. Budko finds his teammate. Oh, it's not in, not managing it. And doing a bit of blocking here. The Ukrainians do not want the Canadians to score here. They do not want to put them in a scoring position. Number 24 picking it up for Canada. Couldn't quite get there. Bob Gilmore, he's had a really good game. Been all over the place here. Rob Gilmore. Maybe one more chance here for Canada. It's 4.5 seconds. But it is a Ukraine ball from number 5. Yarotsky going for the net. Just couldn't make it count there in the end, but the buzzer has gone. And that is a win for Ukraine. 7-4 over Canada. It really was a very, very close game. It could have gone either way. Ukraine had their noses in front for much of the contest, for all of the contest in fact. 5-2 after the first period. It was 2-2 in the second, and no scoring in that third period. Combination of good defence and those balls just not dropping. Fairly low scoring game, 7-4. But that's a measure of how close they were matched in this pool game. So plenty of applause and appreciation from the crowd, as you can hear. Disappointment for Canada, but they played a good game and plenty to take into game number 2 in the group. A really good start in terms of the group for this team from Ukraine. Bondarchuk was just about everywhere, number 15 on that court for Ukraine, as was that young man, number 8, 26-year-old Alexander Budko. Number 1, Ponomarov as well. But a really enjoyable game. Hugely competitive, as you would expect. Ukraine team head off to prepare for their next game a little bit later.
Please welcome New Zealand!